Every strong mind built for daylight trembles a little when darkness finally asks it to slow down, when the world gets quiet, when the pressure fades, when there's no one left to impress. What's left is you, the real you, the thoughts you've been postponing, the fears you pretend you don't feel, the memories you've tucked away so neatly, hoping they'd stay silent forever. And yet, they return, not to punish you, but because you never learned how to let them pass. Most of us weren't taught how to rest. We were taught how to survive, how to push through exhaustion, how to ignore our bodies, how to silence our needs, how to keep going long after the mind has begged us to stop. But somewhere inside you, beneath the stress, beneath the routines, beneath the noise, is a quieter self, a wiser self, a version of you that doesn't want escape, just space. A chance to breathe, a chance to release, a chance to meet the night, not with tension, but with calm. The Stoics understood this. They believed that the mind becomes peaceful when it stops wrestling with itself. That stillness isn't found, it's practiced. That sleep isn't just something the body does, it's something the soul prepares for. Marcus Aurelius ended each day by returning to himself, by emptying the mind, by softening the heart, by letting go of what the world had placed on his shoulders. He knew that a single night of honest rest could reset the entire direction of a life. Tonight, this meditation will guide you into that same kind of quiet strength, a strength that doesn't shout, a strength that doesn't force, a strength that comes from finally releasing the weight you've carried alone for too long. 4 hours to unwind the mind, 4 hours to soften the thoughts that keep you awake, 4 hours to rest the way a Stoic rests, calm, clear, and unburdened. Tonight, your peace begins. When the introduction fades, something quieter begins to rise in the space it leaves behind. A softer awareness, a deeper curiosity, a sense that the night holds more than rest. A gentle pull inside you starts asking what comes next, not from fear, but from the subtle feeling that you're finally stepping into a place where the mind doesn't have to carry the weight alone anymore. This is where the Stoics began their nightly journey, and this is where yours continues. They ended each day with a practice most people would avoid because it sounds heavier than it truly is. They reflected on death, not as a dark ritual, but as a way of peeling away everything that didn't matter. To them, the night was a symbolic ending, a quiet return to truth. Darkness stripped away competition, ego, and appearance, leaving them face to face with their inner world. By meeting the thought of an ending each night, they discovered a freedom that most people spend a lifetime searching for. Marcus Aurelius would lie down, knowing the day had completed its purpose. He allowed the thought that there might not be another sunrise, not as something tragic, but as a lens that sharpened his awareness. Under that thought, the mind softens. Tasks lose urgency. Frustrations lose volume. Worries lose grip. Even victories lose their loudness. What remains is only what is real. And in that clarity, the mind stops wrestling with itself. This nightly acceptance wasn't about embracing death. It was about honoring life. When the day is treated as finished, the heart finally loosens. The pressure to solve everything before sleep dissolves. The need to understand every detail fades. The urge to correct, to argue, to push toward perfection settles. You stop carrying tomorrow into tonight. You stop trying to control what doesn't belong to this hour. You step away from battles that require sunlight, not moonlight. The Stoics knew the mind cannot rest when it feels responsible for the entire world, so they gave themselves permission to release it. The modern world rarely teaches this. Many lie down with a mind still sprinting. Thoughts bounce between past and future. Old conversations replay. Future decisions grow sharp edges. The brain tries to finish tasks long after the body has begged for rest. But sleep was never built to hold unfinished business. Night cannot heal what you refuse to put down. The Stoic practice offers a clear doorway. Accept that the day has ended, and the mind finally understands it no longer needs to stand guard. It no longer needs to calculate outcomes or predict problems. It can simply breathe. This shift creates space inside you, a space untouched by the rush of the day, a place where the nervous system stops bracing for impact, a place where thoughts lose their urgency. When you let the day end, you no longer drag old emotions into the darkness. Guilt softens, regret loosens, worry fades. Marcus realized that guilt cannot rewrite what has happened, and worry cannot shape what hasn't arrived. The night belongs to neither. It belongs to peace. Even the simple act of lying down takes on a new meaning. The bed becomes a symbol of surrender, not defeat, but wisdom. A quiet agreement between you and life. You have done enough for one day. There is nothing more to prove, nothing more to chase, nothing more to force. You set aside the version of yourself that must stay alert and strong. You allow the gentler self to surface, the self that the Stoics believed was closest to truth, the self that trusts life enough to rest. Stillness to them was not empty. It was strength in its purest form. It took courage to release the day. It took maturity to stop fighting what already ended. It took wisdom to recognize that the world keeps turning even when you rest. Life does not collapse if you step back. Your worth does not shrink when you close your eyes. Your value is not tied to constant effort. Ending the day completely also nurtures gratitude. When you treat the night as a final moment, everything that remains becomes more meaningful. A breath feels fuller. A small joy feels brighter. A lesson you learned lands deeper. Even the hard moments lose their sting because the practice teaches you to accept what has been and release what no longer serves you. Gratitude grows naturally when you stop gripping life so tightly. And beneath all of this lies the greatest gift this practice offers: freedom. Freedom from carrying the noise of the world into your sleep. Freedom from the weight of unfinished conversations. Freedom from the belief that rest must be earned. Freedom from the constant tension that keeps most people awake long after the night has welcomed them. When you let the day die, you enter the night unburdened. You enter it with a quieter heart and a clearer mind. You enter it the way the Stoics did, free from the world for a few sacred hours, free to return to yourself fully, free to rest in a way most people never learn.
This is the doorway they walked through each night, a gentle ending that opened into deep rest. And now it opens for you.
The moment you release the weight of the day, something subtle shifts inside you. A quiet space opens, as if the mind finally understands it no longer needs to fight. But there is another layer to this stillness, one the Stoics treated with great care. Letting the day die is only the beginning. What comes next is the deeper work, the part Marcus Aurelius believed separated restless nights from restorative ones. He didn't simply end his day, he completed it, fully, gently, honestly. And that completion prepared the soul for sleep in a way few people ever experience. There is a particular feeling that rises when the mind knows the day is truly finished. It is not relief and it is not sleepiness. It is a sense of closure that settles the heart. Marcus understood that the mind craves completion, not perfection, completion. A moment where the inner world can say, "This is enough for today," and truly believe it. Without that, the mind keeps circling loose ends long after the body has shut down. People don't stay awake because they're weak. They stay awake because their day is still open. Aurelius approached this gently. He didn't review his day to judge himself. He reviewed it to bring it to rest. He observed the choices he made, the moments he acted wisely, the times he slipped into frustration, the words he wished he had spoken better. Not to punish himself, but to understand himself. This kind of reflection allows the heart to settle because nothing remains in the shadows. When the truth is acknowledged, it loses its power to disturb. The mind calms when it is no longer hiding from itself. He also understood that completion meant acceptance. Not everything in the day would align with expectations. People would disappoint. Plans would change. Emotions would rise unexpectedly. But instead of resisting these truths, he folded them into the day like a closing ritual. Acceptance wasn't surrender. It was the act of removing pressure from the parts of life that refused to obey his control. Once something is accepted, the mind stops trying to rewrite it. This practice brings clarity. When you sit with the day honestly, you see what truly mattered and what only felt urgent in the moment. Many of the things that irritated you lose their importance once examined. Many of the worries that felt overwhelming shrink when placed under a calm light. Aurelius often wrote that the human mind suffers more from its interpretations than from events themselves. Daily completion is the act of separating truth from interpretation, so that sleep is not haunted by exaggerations. Another part of this practice involves returning scattered attention back to the self. The world pulls you in many directions throughout the day. Expectations from others, social pressure, responsibilities, noise, and constant stimulation disrupt your inner balance. By the end of the day, your attention is spread thin and tangled in places it doesn't belong. Aurelius believed the soul needed to gather itself before resting, to pull its power back from all the small things that drained it, to bring awareness home. This return quiets the body as well. Stress leaves subtle traces, tight shoulders, shallow breath, restless limbs. When the mind gathers itself, the body follows. Muscles loosen, breathing deepens. The nervous system stops bracing for impact. This is not relaxation in the modern sense. It is something deeper. It is alignment, a reunion between mind and body that signals to every part of you that the day has truly reached its end. He also engaged in a final act that few people consider, releasing unfinished tasks without guilt. Many carry the belief that rest must be earned, that only a flawless day deserves peace. But Aurelius understood that no day would ever be flawless. Rest wasn't a reward, it was a necessity. When tasks remained incomplete, he acknowledged them and set them aside with intention. Not pushed away, not ignored, set aside, knowing that tomorrow would meet him where he was. This release is essential because the mind cannot sleep while holding responsibility tightly. By acknowledging what is undone and placing it gently into tomorrow's hands, the mind discovers closure even without resolution. This is what brings true ease. Not everything must be solved, not everything must be finished, but everything must be acknowledged. This practice of completion also nurtures self-compassion. When you end the day deliberately, You begin to see yourself with more understanding. You recognize your efforts, your intentions, your humanity. You stop treating yourself like a machine that must perform perfectly. Marcus never expected perfection from himself. He only expected presence. When you treat yourself with this same softness, the heart becomes lighter and sleep comes more naturally. At the deepest level, daily completion is about returning to wholeness. The day fragments you, different roles, different emotions, different reactions. This practice brings those fragments back together. It is a gathering of the soul, a quiet reunion with your true self. And when you sleep from that place, the rest becomes more than physical. It becomes a nightly healing. With the day complete, the mind no longer clings. The heart no longer tightens. The body no longer resists the night. You step into rest not as someone escaping the day, but as someone who has made peace with it. And peace is the doorway to the kind of sleep Marcus Aurelius knew, a sleep that restores the spirit, clears the mind, and prepares the soul to rise stronger when the light returns. A quiet shift happens once the soul has completed the day. Something loosens inside you, not with force, but with a gentle understanding that you've done what you could. Yet even then, there is a deeper tension that many never notice, the part of you that still tries to hold everything together, the part that needs to be right, to be strong, to be seen, to be in control, the part that carries the identity you present to the world. The Stoics understood that this outer self, the ego, cannot walk with you into the night. It is too loud, too wired, too protective. And sleep is the opposite of all those things. To enter deep rest, the ego must step aside. Night is the one place it cannot follow. There is a moment in the evening when the roles begin to fade. You are no longer your job, no longer the expectations others place on you, no longer the version of yourself that tries to keep everything upright. When the world slows down, the ego has nothing left to feed on, no audience, no conversations, no tasks to attach itself to. But it doesn't retreat on its own. It waits for you to release it. Marcus Aurelius practiced this every night. He understood that clinging to identity was one of the greatest barriers to peace. The ego is not evil. It's simply afraid of losing relevance, afraid of being forgotten, afraid of letting go of control. During the day, this fear hides beneath busy schedules and constant motion, but at night, the silence exposes it. Many people feel restless not because the mind is active, but because the ego refuses to let the mind rest. It whispers that you must continue thinking, planning, defending, performing, even in the dark. Aurelius approached this with gentleness. He reminded himself that he was just one human among billions before him and billions after him. His power, his status, his achievements, none of it mattered under the stars. This wasn't self-belittlement, it was liberation. When he released the need to be important, he released the tension that comes with maintaining that importance. Sleep becomes effortless when you stop trying to be someone. Nocturnal detachment is not about losing yourself. It's about returning to the self that exists beneath the layers. The self that breathes before it speaks. The self that feels before it performs. The self that belongs to the universe, not to public opinion. When the ego steps back, a softer identity comes forward, one that doesn't fight for space, approval, or recognition. This identity is quiet, grounded, and deeply human. The Stoics believed that night was a sacred time for this shedding. Daylight belongs to the world, night belongs to the soul. Everything external falls away. the conversations, the comparisons, the responsibilities. Yet many people drag their daytime selves into bed. They continue rehearsing arguments, reliving frustrations, worrying about how they appear to others. The ego clings to the spotlight even when the stage is empty. This is why the mind stays tense. It is trying to sleep while still performing. Aurelius approached detachment by recognizing how small he truly was in the grand scale of existence. His thoughts were not eternal. His worries were not universal. His fears were temporary. The ego weakens when faced with truth. And the truth is simple. The world does not need you to stay awake protecting your identity. The world continues whether you rest or not. This realization is not meant to make life feel meaningless. It is meant to make life feel lighter. When you detach at night, you are not discarding yourself. You are discarding the pressure to constantly uphold a version of yourself. You let the inner world breathe without expectation. Detachment also helps release the emotional residue of the day. The ego holds on to slights, embarrassments, annoyances, and victories with equal intensity. It wants to replay them, defend them, justify them. Marcus understood that this replaying blocks rest. When you detach, you stop feeding those emotional loops. You stop assigning meaning to moments that no longer need attention. The heart softens because it no longer needs to protect an identity that is sleeping. There is a profound calm that rises when you let go of your daytime self. Thoughts quiet down because they no longer orbit around you. The body relaxes because it no longer braces to prove something. Breath deepens because nothing is being held tightly. This is the entry point into a deeper sleep, the type that heals. Nocturnal detachment also invites humility. Not the kind that shrinks you, but the kind that liberates you. Humility removes the fear of imperfection. When the ego steps aside, you stop replaying conversations trying to appear smarter. You stop worrying about tomorrow's impression. You stop carrying shame for mistakes that only mattered to your daytime identity. Humility reminds you that being human is enough. At night, the truest version of you is the one that remains when everything superficial falls away. This version needs nothing to prove, nothing to hide, nothing to chase, nothing to defend. It simply exists. And this simple existence is the foundation of pure rest. When Marcus practiced detachment, he allowed himself to become small in the vastness of the universe. In that smallness, he found peace. Because small things do not carry the weight of the world. Small things sleep easily. The night asks you to be small, not insignificant, just unburdened. To step out of the costume of the day and enter the softness of what remains. When the ego rests, you rest. When the ego falls silent, the mind follows. When the ego lets go, sleep becomes natural. This is the freedom the Stoics found after the sun went down. A quiet, humble return to the self beneath identity. A gentle release of everything that cannot follow you into the dark. And from this release, sleep becomes something deeper than rest. It becomes renewal. A deeper stillness settles once the ego releases its grip. The body feels lighter, the mind softer, the heart less guarded. But there is another layer the Stoics knew must be addressed before true rest can arrive. It is the subtle, relentless pressure that follows you everywhere. The pressure to matter, to be significant, to be impressive, to be enough. This pressure clings tightly, even after the day ends. And that is why the Stoics practiced something most people never consider, the art of unimportance. There is a quiet truth hidden beneath the noise of daily life. Most of what exhausts you is tied to the belief that everything you do carries enormous weight, that every mistake is monumental, every flaw deeply noticed, every shortcoming loudly remembered. This belief forces the mind into a constant performance. Even when you're alone, a part of you acts as if the world is still watching. That invisible audience keeps you awake long after the sun has set. Marcus Aurelius saw this clearly. He understood that the mind suffers under the illusion of importance. The idea that you must constantly live up to something, an expectation, an ideal, an image. That you must be remarkable, wise, successful, admirable. But the night does not need any of that from you. Night strips away the spotlight. Night asks for nothing but truth. The art of unimportance is not about lowering your worth. It is about freeing yourself from the weight of needing to be more than human. When Marcus reflected on his place in the world, he often reminded himself that he was just one person on a small planet in an ever-changing universe. His struggles were temporary. His victories were temporary. Even his role as emperor was temporary. When he embraced this perspective, he discovered something liberating. Once you stop trying to make every moment meaningful, you begin to rest. Unimportance is a doorway to peace. When you allow yourself to be small, you stop gripping life so tightly. The tensions you carry lose their authority. The mistakes you made stop burning. The opinions of others stop echoing. The pressure to perform stops tightening your chest. You stop reviewing every moment as if it defines you. You stop treating every flaw as if it erases all your worth. You stop fearing that one imperfect day will ruin everything. Unimportance gives you permission to simply be. Many people resist this idea because they confuse unimportance with insignificance, but they are not the same. Unimportance is not saying you don't matter. It's saying you don't need to matter in every moment. You don't need to impress your own thoughts. You don't need to overanalyze your actions. You don't need to enter sleep as a polished version of yourself. You just need to arrive as you are. There is a particular kind of freedom that comes when you stop trying to hold the world together. The ego believes everything collapses without its constant vigilance. But when you step into unimportance, you realize the world asks far less from you than you think. Life continues even when you let go. People continue their own paths, their own worries, their own thoughts. You are not responsible for maintaining the universe. Your only responsibility tonight is rest. The Stoics practiced unimportance by acknowledging the limits of their influence. They accepted that they could not control the reactions of others. They accepted that human life is brief. They accepted that most of their fears came from imagined consequences, not real ones. This acceptance made sleep easier because sleep requires surrender. When you embrace unimportance at night, the mind stops trying to justify itself. It stops replaying conversations to appear better. It stops inventing future scenarios to protect the ego. It stops defending itself against criticism that no longer exists. The mind finally understands there is no audience, there is no performance, there is no role to maintain, there is only rest. This shift also reduces inner conflict. Much of your mental turmoil comes from trying to be both human and perfect at the same time. The art of unimportance releases you from that impossible task. You are not required to be flawless. You are not required to be admirable. You are not required to be extraordinary. You are only required to exist, breathe, and return to yourself. And this return brings clarity. When you no longer chase significance, you begin to notice what truly matters. Small joys feel richer. Simple moments feel enough. You begin to appreciate things without needing them to be remarkable. You stop comparing your life to others. You stop measuring your worth by external markers. You stop torturing yourself with invisible standards. Unimportance brings softness to the heart. It reminds you that rest does not need justification. You do not need permission to stop. You do not need achievement to earn quiet. You do not need applause to deserve peace. You are allowed to lay down the armor. You are allowed to let the world shrink. You are allowed to be unimportant tonight. Because in the quiet truth of the night, every human becomes equal. Every title fades. Every reputation dissolves. Every role disappears. And what remains is the same simple human essence that Marcus himself found beneath all the layers. When you embrace the art of unimportance, the night welcomes you without conditions. Sleep arrives without struggle. The mind loosens without resistance. The heart rests without fear. And in that stillness, you reconnect with the part of you that does not need to be anything at all to be worthy of peace. This is the freedom the Stoics discovered in darkness. Peace not from being great, but from finally being allowed to be small. A natural quiet follows the realization that you don't need to be important to the world in order to rest. But even after releasing the pressure of significance, there is another tension that lingers beneath the surface, one made of small hurts, minor irritations, tiny disappointments, and brief moments where your heart tightened without fully understanding why. These are the fragments of the day that the ego holds onto, not because they are meaningful, but because they were never acknowledged. Marcus Aurelius understood that these tiny emotional splinters could disturb the night as deeply as major wounds. And so he practiced something gentle yet powerful: micro-forgiveness. This was not forgiveness in the grand, dramatic sense. He was not wrestling with enormous betrayals or life-changing conflicts every night. Instead, he focused on the little things: the sharp tone someone used, the careless gesture that bothered him, the moment he felt misunderstood, the impatience he showed, the small judgment he carried, the fleeting irritation he never expressed. These are the things most people ignore because they seem too small to matter. But they matter at night. They collect, they pile, and they whisper. And while the mind tries to sleep, the heart replays these tiny tensions, keeping the body restless and the spirit unsettled. Aurelius saw these moments as emotional dust. You don't notice when it lands on you, but if you don't clear it away, it builds into something heavy. Micro-forgiveness is the act of brushing this dust off before the night takes you in. He began by acknowledging that everyone carries their own struggles. The people who irritated him were fighting their own battles, battles he could not see. The ones who acted harshly were likely tired, afraid, or overwhelmed. The ones who were unkind were probably carrying wounds from earlier moments. By seeing people as imperfect humans rather than obstacles or enemies, he softened the emotional edges of the day, not to excuse their actions, but to free his own mind from holding on to their impact. This mindset transforms the way the heart interprets the day. When you understand that most hurtful moments are not personal, they stop gripping you. A small frustration loses its sting. A rude comment becomes less threatening. A moment of disrespect stops echoing. Emotional space opens up because the burden is no longer yours to carry. Micro-forgiveness also includes forgiving yourself, not for major mistakes, but for the tiny moments where you didn't show up as your best, when you were short-tempered, distracted, reactive, or closed off. These small self-disappointments linger quietly, creating tension you barely notice until you lie down. The Stoics believe that you cannot sleep with a peaceful heart if you are still subtly punishing yourself for being human. Instead of judgment, Marcus practiced understanding. He recognized that the mind gets tired, the emotions get heavy, and the body reacts before wisdom arrives. He forgave himself for these moments, not because he was avoiding responsibility, but because compassion creates the mental environment required for rest. Micro-forgiveness is delicate work. It requires honesty without self-attack. It requires observation without blame. It requires tenderness toward your own imperfections and toward the imperfections of others. When practiced consistently, you create a nightly clearing, a gentle emptying of small emotional residue that would otherwise accumulate. This clearing also helps dissolve subtle resentment. Many sleepless nights are rooted in unresolved friction, so small that it feels embarrassing to acknowledge it. But the heart remembers every moment it tightened. It remembers every small wound, even when the mind pretends it doesn't. Micro-forgiveness allows you to release these unnoticed burdens. It is the quiet act of telling your heart, "This can be let go now." Once these emotional fragments are released, something surprising happens. The body relaxes more deeply, breath softens, muscles untangle, thoughts lose their emotional charge. The nervous system stops trying to defend against threats that no longer exist. You begin to feel safe inside your own skin again. Aurelius believed that this inner safety was essential. Without it, the mind continues scanning the day for unfinished emotional work. With it, the night becomes a place of healing. Micro-forgiveness invites the mind into softness, the heart into openness, and the body into surrender. It also strengthens emotional resilience. When you clear small hurts each night, they cannot accumulate into larger bitterness. You begin the next day fresher, lighter, less reactive. You stop carrying yesterday's tensions into tomorrow. Each day becomes its own container, its own story, its own chance to engage life without emotional residue weighing you down. Micro-forgiveness also teaches you humility. You begin to realize that you too have been the source of someone else's small hurt at some point, not intentionally, but through your own moments of stress or distraction. This awareness brings a softness to judgment, a tenderness to the way you view human interaction. You become kinder, not out of obligation, but out of understanding. At its core, micro-forgiveness is a practice of emotional hygiene. Just as you clean your body before bed, you clean your heart. You release the subtle tension that steals rest. You soften the tight grip of the day. You create internal space for peace. By the time you close your eyes, the day no longer clings to you. You are no longer replaying small wounds or holding tiny grudges. You are no longer judging yourself for brief moments of imperfection. The heart feels lighter because nothing remains unaddressed. The mind feels calmer because nothing remains unresolved. And with this gentle clearing, you drift into the kind of sleep Marcus knew, a sleep untouched by bitterness, undisturbed by small fears, unshaken by the world. A sleep where the soul finally breathes freely. A softer peace settles in once forgiveness has cleared the small weights of the day. The heart feels lighter, the mind less tangled. Yet there is one more barrier that often rises when the night grows quiet: the silent expectation of tomorrow. Plans, worries, predictions, hopes, fears. They begin to drift into the mind like unwelcome visitors. The Stoics understood that this anticipation steals rest more effectively than noise ever could. And so they trained themselves to expect nothing from tomorrow. This wasn't pessimism, it wasn't passivity, it was freedom. Most people go to bed carrying invisible demands about the next day, the need for it to go well, the need for others to behave a certain way, the need for circumstances to align, the need for everything to unfold according to some internal script. These expectations create tension long before the sun rises. The mind begins rehearsing outcomes, preparing defenses, creating stories, imagining scenarios where things go wrong or right. In doing so, it drags tomorrow's weight into tonight's rest. Marcus Aurelius treated this as a form of mental clutter. He understood that tomorrow is not real yet. It is a thought, not a fact, a projection, not a certainty, and the mind cannot rest while trying to control something that doesn't exist. Expecting nothing from tomorrow does not mean giving up on life. It means removing the emotional contract the mind attaches to the future. It means stepping into the next day without demanding that it look a certain way. When the mind releases these demands, it stops bracing, it stops forcing, it stops fearing what hasn't happened. Marcus trained himself to greet each tomorrow with openness rather than pressure. He reminded himself nightly that the universe owes him nothing, not comfort, not results, not ease, not predictability. By accepting this, everything that arrived the next day became lighter to carry, good or bad. This mindset creates a powerful shift. When you expect nothing, you are no longer disappointed by life's unpredictability. You stop fearing surprises. You stop feeling betrayed by inconvenience. You stop clinging to imagined futures. Instead, you meet life as it is, not as it should be. Nighttime is the perfect place to practice this. Before sleep, the mind often wanders toward plans, obligations, and fears. It tries to solve problems the body cannot act on. It tries to prepare for challenges that might never occur. This drains emotional energy and prevents the nervous system from relaxing. Expecting nothing breaks this cycle. It whispers to the mind, "You do not need to plan the future right now. You do not need to protect yourself from something not yet real. You do not need to guarantee outcomes. You are allowed to let go." When the mind accepts this, it becomes still. It stops rehearsing conversations. It stops anticipating conflict. It stops building imaginary scenarios. It stops assuming the worst and stops fantasizing about the best. It releases the illusion of control that keeps it awake. Aurelius knew that peace comes from presence. The more your mind lives in the next sunrise, the less it can settle into the sunset. Tomorrow is not meant to be lived in advance. The night is meant to be a boundary, a soft wall between what has happened and what has not yet arrived. When you expect nothing from tomorrow, you also free yourself from perfectionism. You no longer demand a flawless day. You no longer assume you must perform at a certain level. You no longer fear that one wrong move will ruin everything. The pressure dissolves. Your worth is no longer tied to outcomes. Your identity is no longer tied to achievements. You return to being human, not a machine built to deliver results. This release also helps the heart soften. Many anticipated fears come from the belief that tomorrow must be controlled to avoid pain. But life has always been unpredictable. It has always carried both challenge and beauty. The Stoics embraced this truth rather than resisting it. Their peace came not from certainty, but from surrender. Surrender in this context is not giving up. It is allowing tomorrow to unfold without forcing your will upon it. It is trusting that you will meet whatever comes with the strength available to you in that moment, not imagined strength for imagined circumstances. This mindset creates emotional resilience. When you stop expecting tomorrow to fit your plans, you stop depending on specific outcomes to feel stable. You become adaptable. You become steady. You become grounded. The future loses its grip on your present peace. And the most powerful part of this practice is what it does to sleep. When the mind expects nothing from tomorrow, it stops clinging to it. It stops borrowing anxiety from the future. The night becomes what it was always meant to be, a place of stillness, a place of restoration, a place where the mind is finally allowed to simply be. With expectations dissolved, the heart feels safe. The mind stops reaching forward. The body releases tension. You sink into rest without fear of what comes next. You let tomorrow rest in its own time. Marcus Aurelius ended each day with this simple truth: let the future be the future. Not controlled, not predicted, not demanded, allowed. And when you allow tomorrow to be whatever it will be, you return fully to the only moment you can actually rest in. The one right here, wrapped in darkness, waiting to bring you into peace. When you expect nothing, the night finally welcomes you home. A deeper calm settles once you stop pulling tomorrow into the present. But even with expectations released, a familiar visitor often appears as the night grows quieter: worry. Not the dramatic kind, but the subtle pulses of thought that drift in when the world has nothing else to distract you. The Stoics understood that nighttime worry is not a flaw. It is simply unused energy searching for direction. Instead of fighting it, they practiced something powerful, turning worry into wisdom. They called it working with polarity, taking what feels heavy and reversing it into something useful. Night worry comes from the mind trying to protect you. When the body slows, the mind awakens old concerns, unfinished thoughts, unresolved doubts. These are not attacks, they are signals. Marcus Aurelius believed that anything that rises in the quiet hours carries information. Worry is not the enemy, our reaction to it is. When the mind meets worry with fear or avoidance, it grows louder. When the mind meets worry with curiosity, it softens. This reversal begins by recognizing that worry is simply attention without direction. It is the mind noticing something unclear. Instead of being pulled into the swirl, Marcus would pause and treat worry like a message. What is it pointing toward? What lesson is hidden beneath its surface? What truth needs to be seen? Once the mind begins asking these questions, worry transforms from noise into guidance. The Stoics trained themselves to shift from resistance to inquiry. Worry says, "Something feels uncertain." Wisdom replies, "Let's understand this without fear." This shift in polarity turns a tightening emotion into an expanding one. Instead of spiraling into anxious outcomes, the mind becomes grounded in understanding. Instead of imagining what could go wrong, you begin recognizing what you can strengthen within yourself. This practice removes the fear attached to worry. People often fear their own thoughts at night. They think the presence of worry means something is wrong with them. Marcus saw worry as neutral. It became harmful only when fed with panic or ignored completely. When acknowledged calmly, it became a teacher. To reverse nighttime worry, he examined it with honesty. If the worry pointed toward something he could influence, he made a mental note. Not a plan, not a promise, just recognition. That alone reduced the mind's urgency. If the worry pointed toward something beyond his control, he released it with the reminder, that the universe would unfold without his interference. This clarity allowed him to drift into sleep without attachment. There is a quiet power in naming a worry directly in your mind. It disarms it. It removes the mystery. Much of worry's strength comes from how vague it feels. When you bring it into clarity, its edges soften. The Stoics believed that undefined fears multiply, while defined fears shrink. The night becomes calmer when nothing is left floating in the dark. Another reversal happens when you shift from emotional reaction to practical observation. Worry often carries exaggerated consequences. The mind at night tends to magnify problems because the body is still, and there is no action to distract you. Marcus would ground himself by returning to reality, not imagined futures, not fearful possibilities, only what is actually happening in the present moment. This return to truth reduces emotional intensity. When the mind sees that most nighttime fears are distorted shadows rather than real threats, they dissolve. Wisdom emerges, not through force, but through seeing things clearly. Night worry also reveals areas where self-support is needed. Maybe the worry shows where you've been overstretched, where boundaries were ignored, where fatigue has accumulated, where an old insecurity needs compassion. Worry becomes wisdom when it highlights parts of your life asking for attention, not in fear, but in healing. This mindset transforms your relationship with discomfort. Instead of dreading worry, you begin recognizing it as a signal that something inside you wants strengthening, clarifying, or releasing. The night becomes a partner in your growth rather than a battlefield. Marcus never tried to silence his mind aggressively. Agitation cannot be beaten into stillness. He learned to sit with discomfort without adding stories to it. He allowed thoughts to rise, acknowledged them, understood their meaning, and let them pass. This practice built emotional intelligence. He discovered patterns in his thinking. He recognized old habits that no longer served him. He noticed where his expectations clashed with reality. Through this gentle attention, worry turned into insight. The more you reverse worry into wisdom, the less fear it carries. You train the mind to respond differently. Instead of tightening, it relaxes. Instead of bracing, it observes. Instead of spiraling, it steadies. Over time, nighttime worry becomes a tool that reveals truth rather than a force that steals sleep. This polarity reversal also eases the nervous system. When worry is viewed as information rather than danger, the body stops producing stress responses. Breath deepens, muscles soften, the heart rate slows, the body feels safe again. Safety is the foundation of sleep. The Stoics believed that wisdom arises when fear loses its authority. Night worry becomes night wisdom when you remember that thoughts are not commands. They are simply weather passing through the sky of the mind. They shift, they drift, they dissolve. When you no longer fear your own thoughts, nighttime transforms. You stop fighting the mind, and the mind stops fighting you. Worry loses its power and becomes an invitation to understand yourself. And once the message has been heard, the mind has no reason to hold on to it. This is the heart of Stoic polarity reversal, turning the mind's restlessness into a deeper clarity, turning emotional noise into insight, turning anxiety into understanding, turning worry into wisdom. And with that wisdom, sleep comes naturally, because nothing inside you is left in conflict. A calm intelligence begins to rise once worry has been transformed instead of feared. The mind feels clearer, the heart steadier, Yet one more layer remains before deep rest can reach its fullest depth. The Stoics understood that even when thoughts are quiet, the emotional body can still hold residue, subtle tensions, lingering moods, small storms left over from the day. Marcus Aurelius practiced something most people never learn to do, keeping his emotions clean. Clean emotions are not cold or suppressed. They are emotions that have been acknowledged, understood, and released from distortion. The Stoics believed that feelings become harmful not because they exist, but because they become tangled with assumptions, memories, judgments, and old wounds. The night exposes these tangles. Emotions that were manageable in daylight become heavier in silence. Cleanliness is not about perfection. It is about removing the unnecessary weight. Marcus approached this with honesty. He didn't deny irritation, disappointment, or sadness. He didn't pretend he was above emotion. Instead, he sifted through them to remove what didn't belong. When he felt anger, he asked what part of it was truth and what part was pride. When he felt fear, he separated the real concern from exaggerated imagination. When he felt sadness, he honored it without letting it define the whole night. This gentle filtering made the emotional landscape clear enough for rest. The discipline begins with recognition. Many people aren't actually kept awake by thoughts. They're kept awake by feelings they haven't sorted. A heaviness in the chest, a tightness in the stomach, a pressure behind the ribs. Feelings that have no name yet demand attention. Clean emotions give these sensations a pathway out instead of letting them swirl. Marcus would sit with the emotion without feeding it. He allowed it to exist, without adding stories, without imagining worst-case scenarios, without blaming himself or others. By doing so, he stripped the emotion down to its pure signal. Beneath frustration often lies fatigue. Beneath fear, uncertainty. Beneath sadness, unmet expectations. Once the true root is seen, the mind stops amplifying the emotion into something larger. This practice prevents emotions from growing stale. Unclean emotions linger as resentment, anxiety, bitterness, or confusion. Clean emotions pass through like weather, felt fully, then released. The night becomes a place where nothing is pushed down and nothing is clung to. Emotional clarity is the foundation of emotional rest. Another part of this discipline is removing emotional residue picked up from others. Throughout the day, you absorb energy from conversations, environments, and interactions. Someone's tension becomes your tension. Someone's negativity becomes your heaviness. Marcus understood that these borrowed emotions must be returned. They were never his to take into the night. He mentally handed them back, not with anger, but with clarity. This is not mine to carry. That single recognition frees the heart. Clean emotions also require simplicity. Most emotions become painful because the mind adds layers. A moment of annoyance becomes a story about always being mistreated. A small fear becomes a prediction of failure. A passing sadness becomes a narrative about inadequacy. Marcus removed the layers and dealt only with the core sensation. The simpler the emotion, the easier it is for the heart to digest. This creates emotional lightness. When emotions are stripped of exaggeration, they lose their sting. The night no longer feels like an emotional battlefield. Even difficult feelings become manageable because they are no longer distorted. The heart begins to rest. Marcus also believed in emotional neutrality, not suppression, neutrality. The ability to feel something without letting it control your behavior, shape your identity, or disturb your sleep. Neutrality is the quiet space between emotion and reaction. It is the moment where you acknowledge a feeling but decide not to let it drown you. This discipline breaks the cycle of emotional reactivity that keeps many people awake. Clean emotions require boundaries as well. Many emotional conflicts come from crossing your own limits, overextending yourself, saying yes when you meant no, carrying more than your share. Marcus examined these moments not to blame himself, but to clarify what needed to change. When the heart understands its boundaries, it stops creating unnecessary turmoil. This discipline also includes compassion. Harsh emotions soften when met with understanding. Marcus treated his own heart as something that needed tending, not punishment. He understood that emotions are signals, not enemies. When you meet your feelings with compassion, they settle. The heart relaxes. The restless energy that keeps you awake dissolves. Over time, this practice builds emotional strength. Clean emotions make you more resilient. You become less reactive, less overwhelmed, less tangled in emotional noise. You begin navigating your inner world with steadiness. The night becomes a time of recalibration rather than chaos. And the greatest benefit of emotional cleanliness is the depth of rest it allows. The mind sleeps when thinking quiets. The heart sleeps when emotion clears. The body sleeps when tension dissolves. Clean emotions create harmony between all three. You enter the night with no leftover storms, no unresolved turbulence, no heavy vibrations echoing through your chest. When emotions are clean, sleep becomes a gentle descent rather than a struggle. The heart lies down without conflict. The mind follows without argument. And the night becomes what it was always meant to be, a place where you are held quietly by darkness, free of the emotional shadows that once kept you awake. This is the discipline Marcus Aurelius practiced each night, a cleansing of the inner world, a purification of feeling, a release of what no longer serves. And with this clarity, sleep becomes not just rest, but renewal. A deeper clarity settles once emotions are clean. The inner world feels lighter, more open, more ready for rest. Yet Marcus Aurelius understood that the mind is not the only part that shapes sleep. The environment matters, but not in the way most people think. Comfort alone is not enough. Luxury alone is not enough. He believed that the space where you sleep must reflect the state you want the mind to enter. And so he treated his bed not as an indulgence, but as a tool, a form of sleep technology rooted in simplicity, a quiet declaration that the night should hold only what supports peace. In his writings, Marcus warned himself not to be seduced by excessive comfort, not because he was against it, but because comfort can easily shift into dependence. He understood something many forget. The more the mind expects, the less it rests. When sleep relies on perfect conditions, it becomes fragile. When the body needs endless cushions, distractions, or stimulation, it forgets how to settle on its own. Minimalism protects the mind from this trap. It teaches the body how to rest without needing the world to bend around it. Marcus practiced a form of minimalism that wasn't harsh. He removed only what distorted sleep: clutter, noise, unnecessary objects, emotional triggers, anything that kept the mind alert. The goal wasn't to suffer, it was to remove interference. A clean room, a simple bed, and a quiet atmosphere became the emperor's strategy for deep rest. Minimalism in the bedroom is less about owning fewer things and more about removing anything that pulls the mind outward when it should be moving inward. The night is a time for withdrawal, for descent, for the softening of outer awareness. When the environment is cluttered, the mind stays active. Every object becomes a reminder of tasks, memories, emotions, decisions. A crowded space creates crowded thoughts. Marcus knew how easily the mind attaches itself to the external world. A room flooded with possessions makes the mind feel responsible for them. A clean space lifts that burden. The environment becomes an ally instead of a distraction. The bed becomes a place of surrender rather than stimulation. This principle extends beyond physical clutter. Minimalism also applies to sensory input. Marcus avoided excess noise, harsh light, or overwhelming textures. He valued simplicity because it gives the nervous system fewer signals to interpret. Modern life overwhelms the senses, and people fall asleep overstimulated. Screens, bright lights, constant noise. These create a state of alertness that mimics danger. The body cannot rest when it thinks it must stay ready. Minimalism removes the triggers that keep you wired. A simple space tells the brain, nothing here requires your attention. The mind stops scanning, the body stops bracing. Sleep becomes the natural next step. Marcus also understood the psychological power of environment. A minimal room signals closure. There is nothing left to do. No objects to rearrange. No tasks demanding attention. No visual noise pulling the mind into thought. The environment speaks a silent truth. The day is over. This truth helps the body transition into rest smoothly. Minimalism also protects the mind from attachment. When the body needs expensive sheets, perfect temperatures, or the latest sleep gadget to rest, sleep becomes a negotiation. Marcus wanted his rest to be unconditional, not reliant on objects, but on inner clarity. His simple sleeping arrangements trained him to sleep anywhere, under any circumstance. This adaptability is a forgotten skill in the modern world. Many struggle with sleep because it depends completely on external conditions. The Stoics cultivated internal stability instead. Minimalism also reduces emotional weight. Many possessions carry memories, regrets, hopes, or unresolved feelings. The bedroom should not be a museum of emotional triggers. Marcus kept only what contributed to rest, nothing that whispered reminders of unfinished stories. This emotional simplicity helps the heart settle because nothing in the room asks it to reopen old doors. The emperor's bed was a symbol of discipline, not deprivation. It reminded him that rest is a sacred practice, not another place for indulgence. A clear space supports a clear mind. A simple bed becomes an anchor that teaches the body to associate minimalism with safety and sleep. This approach aligns the inner and outer world. When the environment is quiet, the mind becomes quiet. When the surroundings are simple, the heart becomes unburdened. When the room reflects stillness, the body follows. Minimalism is a form of sleep technology because it optimizes the conditions for the mind to enter deep rest without relying on artificial solutions. It removes friction, it reduces noise, it protects the nervous system, it creates a space for natural calm, it communicates peace without words. Marcus Aurelius didn't need luxury to rest. He needed coherence, a space that said, through its simplicity, this is where you let go. And that simplicity still holds power today. A clear room, a simple bed, a quiet mind. These timeless tools outlast every modern device because they align directly with how human bodies and minds are designed to rest. When your sleeping space stops overwhelming your senses and starts supporting your calm, the night becomes a refuge instead of a challenge. The mind stops gripping the day. The heart stops scanning for danger. The body stops resisting the night. Minimalism becomes the bridge between wakefulness and rest. And in that uncluttered space, sleep becomes effortless, because nothing stands between you and the peace waiting to welcome you into the dark. A deeper quiet emerges once the external world has been simplified. The room grows still, the bed grows calm, yet the mind, faithful to its own habits, often continues moving. Thoughts drift from one memory to another, emotions ripple beneath the surface, and the momentum of the day tries to carry itself into the night. Marcus Aurelius knew this mental momentum well. He understood that even after clearing the emotional and physical space, the mind can remain crowded, and so he practiced something subtle, something powerful, something most people never do: the Stoic pause. The Stoic pause is the art of creating empty space inside the mind. Not forced silence, not mental blankness, not a battle against thought. It is the gentle act of interrupting the day's momentum so the mind can reset instead of roll forward endlessly. Just a few seconds of pure awareness, clear, open, unattached, are enough to shift the entire inner landscape. Marcus believed that the mind needs this pause the same way the lungs need breath between words. Without it, everything becomes tangled. Clarity disintegrates. The mind becomes a crowded hallway where thoughts bump into each other. Night then feels like a continuation of the day rather than a descent into rest. The Stoic pause is a deliberate slowing, a moment where you step back from thinking rather than deeper into it. The Stoics never tried to empty the mind through force. They simply stopped feeding it. Thought needs attention to continue. When you pause, attention withdraws. The mind softens. Thoughts lose momentum because nothing inside you is pushing them forward. This pause begins with awareness, a quiet noticing. The moment you become aware that your mind is rushing, you've already stepped back from the rush. Marcus practiced this constantly, catching himself mid-thought and gently returning to presence. He didn't judge the thought. He didn't follow it. He simply returned. This simple return created pockets of mental spaciousness, and those pockets are where peace begins. Nighttime is the perfect place for this practice. The mind often fills the darkness with noise: what you should have said, what you could have done, what you must do tomorrow, what might go wrong, what already feels wrong. The Stoic pause interrupts this noise without argument. It is a doorway out of mental clutter. To pause is to meet the mind with neutrality. You don't fight the thoughts, and you don't engage them. You observe them from a step away. Thought becomes something happening, not something pulling you. The moment you observe a thought, you are no longer inside it. You've already created space. This space is where the nervous system begins to settle. When you stop following thought after thought, the body receives a signal. We are no longer in motion. Shoulders drop, breathing deepens, muscles soften, the heart slows. The body understands that the threat of the day is gone. The Stoic pause is not meditation in the modern sense. It doesn't require technique or posture. It is simply a reset, a returning, a moment of stillness that washes away the build-up of the day. These pauses teach the mind how to stop carrying unnecessary weight. They teach it how to be present without demand. Marcus used these moments to separate himself from the constant stream of inner dialogue. He understood that he was not his thoughts. He was the awareness beneath them. This awareness does not worry, fear, cling, or judge. It simply sees. And seeing without reacting is one of the purest forms of freedom. The Stoic pause also allows the mind to see clearly what needs attention and what does not. Many nighttime thoughts are illusions, echoes of stress, exaggerated concerns, misinterpretations. When you pause, these illusions lose their grip. The mind stops believing every thought. It begins to understand that most thoughts are just noise, not truth. In this pause, you reconnect with the present moment, the soft rise and fall of breath, the weight of the body settling, the quiet of the room. These simple sensations anchor the mind. They show it that the present moment is safe, steady, and enough. The more the mind experiences this safety, the easier it becomes for it to let go. Pausing also reveals where the mind is holding tension. You begin to notice tight thoughts, thoughts that try to force something, fix something, protect something. These thoughts are rooted in fear. When you pause, you see them gently and release them gently. You stop wrestling with what cannot be changed tonight. This inner spaciousness grows each time you pause. What begins as a few seconds becomes a natural habit. The mind learns that stillness is possible, that silence is allowed, that not every thought requires attention. Over time, the pause becomes a signal to the entire inner world that the day is truly over. This is how Marcus ended every night, not by forcing sleep, but by creating the internal space where sleep naturally rises. The Stoic pause clears the cluttered mental pathways. It frees the heart from tension. It releases the body from alertness. It opens the door to rest through presence rather than effort. When you pause before sleep, you enter the night on your own terms, not as someone overwhelmed, not as someone tangled in thought, but as someone rooted, quiet, and clear. The pause becomes a sanctuary, a small emptiness that holds immense peace, a moment without past or future, a moment where the mind finally breathes. And in this breath, sleep begins its gentle descent, unforced, unhurried, and completely free. A deeper stillness forms once the mind has learned to pause. Thoughts loosen, breath softens. The body begins to sink into that quiet gravity of night. But Marcus Aurelius practiced one more nightly ritual that few understand today. A practice that sounds dark on the surface, yet holds one of the greatest keys to inner peace: memento mori, the reminder of mortality. Not used to spark fear, but to create alignment, to free the mind from frantic urgency, to regulate the rhythm of sleep by placing life back into perspective. Most people hear the phrase, "Remember you will die," and assume it brings heaviness. But Marcus used it to create clarity. For him, recalling the fragility of life was not morbid. It was purifying. It washed away everything unnecessary. It exposed which fears were false, which worries were inflated, which desires were misplaced, which pressures were illusions. Memento mori was his way of resetting the emotional and mental landscape before entering the night. The truth is simple. Nothing regulates the mind more effectively than remembering its finite nature. The day's conflicts shrink. The noise quiets. The ego softens. Expectations dissolve. What once felt urgent becomes small. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable. This shrinking of false importance is what allows sleep to arrive naturally. When the mind stops gripping life with tension, the body finally relaxes. Marcus reflected nightly on the fact that he was a temporary presence in an enormous universe. He didn't use this thought to devalue his life, but to appreciate it, to recognize that each night was a gift, not a guarantee. that sleep was a sacred ritual, not an interruption, that tomorrow was a possibility, not a promise. This mindset didn't create dread, it created gratitude. It grounded him in what was real, and real things are restful. Most nighttime anxiety comes from trying to control tomorrow. Memento mori cuts the roots of that anxiety. The mind stops reaching forward. It stops bracing for imaginary futures. When you accept that life is fragile, you stop wasting energy trying to predict or perfect it. You return to the present moment, the only place where rest exists. This perspective also helps the heart release resentment. Many conflicts appear large when viewed up close, but when placed against the scale of an entire lifetime or the scale of mortality itself, their importance fades. People forgive more easily when they remember that everyone they meet, including themselves, is passing through a brief window of existence. Compassion becomes natural. Grudges lose their foundation. Emotional storms lose their fuel. Marcus used this softening effect to regulate his inner state before bed. He understood that emotional equilibrium is one of the strongest predictors of good sleep. When the heart is unsettled, the night becomes fragmented. When the heart is humbled and peaceful, the night becomes whole. Memento mori brings the heart into alignment by reminding it of what truly matters: presence, integrity, gentleness, truth. The day's minor irritations can no longer disturb sleep when viewed from a wide enough perspective. Mortality turns them into dust, and dust cannot cling to the mind in the dark. This practice also dissolves perfectionism. Many people stay awake because they feel they didn't do enough. They replay mistakes. They judge themselves. They carry shame into the night like a heavy stone. Marcus addressed this directly by remembering that perfection is impossible for any human, and life is too short to waste on self-punishment. Memento mori frees you from the burden of flawless days. It whispers, "Do what you can and let the rest fall away." This whisper allows the mind to release its grip on self-criticism. It shifts the internal dialogue from harshness to acceptance. When the mind understands its own impermanence, it becomes gentler. It stops attacking itself. It stops demanding more. It begins to recognize that rest is not laziness. Rest is survival. Rest is preparation. Rest is a way of honoring the limited time one has. This is why mortality contemplation improves sleep. It removes the illusions that create stress. It dissolves the narratives that inflate fear. It strips life down to the essentials, and essentials are peaceful. Marcus also used memento mori to strengthen gratitude. When you remember you might not see the next sunrise, something in you softens. The bed feels warmer. The breath feels deeper. The night feels sacred. Gratitude itself becomes a sleep aid. It shifts the nervous system out of threat and into safety. The body relaxes because it stops searching for danger. The mind relaxes because it stops resisting the truth of existence. Memento mori, practiced at night, also regulates the rhythm of the mind. It signals closure. It marks the end of striving. It prepares the psyche for surrender. Sleep is a form of temporary death, a letting go of consciousness. When you practice letting go mentally, the body follows with ease. Marcus understood this deeply. By contemplating mortality, he trained himself to release the day fully, to enter sleep without fear, to surrender control, to trust the night. This trust is what most people lack. They fall asleep trying to hold everything together. They resist the very surrender that sleep requires. But when you remember your place in the universe, small, temporary, precious, the resistance dissolves. Fear dissolves. Urgency dissolves. What remains is a quiet readiness to rest. Memento mori is not darkness. It is illumination. It does not take life away. It gives life back, cleaned, clarified, simplified. It turns the night into a sanctuary. It turns sleep into a mindful ritual. It turns the heart into something humble and open. And from that humility, sleep rises, deep, complete, and peaceful. This is the power Marcus Aurelius found in nightly mortality reflection. A truth that doesn't haunt, but heals. A truth that doesn't frighten, but frees. A truth that guides the mind gently into the kind of rest that renews everything it touches. A deeper understanding unfolds after contemplating mortality. The heart becomes softer, the mind steadier, and the night begins to feel like a sanctuary instead of a battlefield. But Marcus Aurelius practiced something even more unusual, something that appears sorrowful on the surface, yet creates profound resilience beneath it. He prepared himself for the difficulties of tomorrow before they arrived, not with dread, but with acceptance, not to suffer twice, but to suffer less. He called this inner preparation a kind of pre-grieving. Pre-grieving tomorrow's struggles was not pessimism, it was emotional inoculation. Marcus understood that pain becomes heavier when it catches you off guard. When you expect life to be smooth, every bump feels like a betrayal. When you expect others to always be kind, their mistakes wound you deeply. When you expect circumstances to remain perfect, the smallest inconvenience becomes a crisis. Pre-grieving strips these illusions away gently before they have the chance to create shock or disappointment. He would remind himself each night, tomorrow I may be criticized, I may be misunderstood, I may be tired, I may face setbacks, I may lose something, I may struggle. Not to darken his spirit, but to prepare it. When the heart has already acknowledged the possibility of hardship, hardship loses its sting. The mind becomes steady, not shaken. The heart becomes grounded, not reactive. Life feels less like an attack and more like something to navigate. This practice made Marcus emotionally resilient. By accepting tomorrow's imperfections, he trained himself not to take struggle personally. He understood that difficulties are part of human existence, not punishment. People will disappoint. Plans will shift. Emotions will fluctuate. The body will tire. The world will resist your expectations. When he faced these realities mentally, before facing them physically, he walked into each new day lighter, not because life became easier, but because he stopped demanding ease from it. Pre-grieving is not dwelling on what could go wrong. It is acknowledging that challenges are natural, universal, and temporary. When you greet potential difficulty with acceptance instead of fear, you remove the emotional shock that drains your energy. You meet the day with steadiness, not frustration. This approach also reduces anxiety. Anxiety thrives on denial, on the belief that life should be comfortable at all times. Marcus dissolved this belief. When you accept that tomorrow may hold difficulty, anxiety has nowhere to grow. The mind relaxes because it stops resisting reality. It stops searching for perfect outcomes. It stops clinging to impossible guarantees. Pre-grieving also softens expectations of others. Many sleepless nights are rooted in interpersonal friction, hoping others will behave exactly as you need them to, hoping no one will disappoint you, hoping the world will cooperate with your preferences. Marcus practiced emotional freedom by accepting that others will act according to their own struggles, not his ideals. This acceptance prevents resentment. It protects the heart from unnecessary hurt. It turns irritation into understanding. This discipline creates emotional room. When you release the fantasy of a perfect tomorrow, you enter the next day with more flexibility. Challenges become manageable because you're not shocked by their presence. You don't interpret them as signs that life is against you. You simply handle them. The simplicity of this mindset frees enormous mental energy, energy that would otherwise be spent resisting what is happening. Pre-grieving also allows the heart to rest more deeply at night. Many people lie awake replaying what might happen tomorrow, wishing for control they do not possess. Marcus solved this by acknowledging in advance that he cannot control every outcome. He made peace with unpredictability. This acceptance removes the urgency that keeps the body tense and the mind alert. By the time sleep arrived, he had already loosened the emotional knots tied to the next day. There was nothing left to brace against, nothing left to fear in the dark, nothing left unacknowledged. The practice also cultivates gratitude. When you accept that tomorrow may include struggle, you appreciate the moments of ease more fully. You savor small comforts, gentle interactions, morning light, quiet conversations, warm meals. Gratitude grows naturally when you stop assuming that ease is owed to you. It becomes a gift instead of an expectation. Pre-grieving isn't heaviness, it's liberation. It releases the heart from fragile hope. It replaces unrealistic expectations with steady acceptance. It teaches the mind to meet reality without resistance. It makes the spirit adaptable, calm, and grounded. This strategy also builds emotional maturity. Children expect life to be easy and react with overwhelm when it isn't. Adults who never developed resilience respond the same way. Marcus trained himself to be emotionally prepared, not hardened, but ready. Ready for disappointment, ready for challenge, ready for change. And because he was ready, he was unshakable. At its core, pre-grieving is an act of self-protection. By acknowledging what might hurt, you lessen its ability to harm. You walk into tomorrow without fear. You greet difficulty with steadiness. You experience struggle without collapse. And most importantly, you sleep more deeply. Because the heart is no longer bracing for what the future might bring. Marcus Aurelius used this nightly ritual not to darken the soul, but to strengthen it. Not to anticipate pain, but to reduce the pain of anticipation. Not to suffer early, but to suffer less. It is a practice of emotional armor crafted from acceptance instead of resistance. And once you master it, the night becomes softer, the mind becomes quieter, and the future becomes something you move toward with calm, not fear. A new steadiness forms once you pre-grieve tomorrow's struggles. The heart stops clinging to how things should be and begins accepting how they might be. But even with this emotional grounding, there is one more tension Marcus Aurelius watched closely. What the mind does after you've aimed your efforts at the day. Humans naturally want control over outcomes. They want results to match intention. They want efforts to pay off. And this silent craving often follows them into the night, keeping the mind restless, rehearsing, analyzing, hoping, resisting. To counter this, the Stoics practiced what can be called the archery model of letting go. The model is simple. You choose your target. You prepare your aim. You release the arrow. And once the arrow leaves your fingers, it is no longer yours. The outcome is in the hands of the wind, the world, and 1,000 factors beyond your reach. Marcus Aurelius lived by this principle. He devoted himself to intention and action, but he refused to stay emotionally entangled with the result. He believed that clinging to outcomes is one of the greatest sources of suffering. When the mind tries to control what has already been released, it bends itself into knots. It replays, rewrites, and reimagines, trying to change what is already in motion. This grasping is what keeps people awake long after the world has gone quiet. The Stoic archery model teaches that your job ends at release. The arrow's flight is not yours to manage. When you fully embrace this truth, something remarkable happens. You sleep easily, because nothing inside you is trying to alter what the day has already completed. Marcus applied this to every part of life. If he spoke his truth, he did not cling to how it was received. If he made a decision, he did not obsess over how it might unfold. If he acted with integrity, he did not chase others' approval. If he worked diligently, he did not demand the universe reward him immediately. This separation between effort and outcome creates peace. It removes the emotional burden of trying to control the uncontrollable. Letting go in this model is not passive. You still aim with focus. You still release with intention. But you refuse to torment yourself over variables you cannot command. This makes your sleep deeper because the mind no longer circles old moments, trying to correct them. You begin to trust the natural unfolding of events. The archery model also prevents self-blame. Many people punish themselves for results they never had the power to shape. They take responsibility for outcomes influenced by chance, other people's choices, shifting circumstances, or simple unpredictability. Marcus knew this mental habit leads to needless suffering. When you recognize the limits of your influence, you also recognize the limits of your responsibility. You free yourself from guilt that was never yours to carry. This practice also reduces anxiety. Anxiety often comes from trying to control what hasn't happened yet, or what has already happened and can't be changed. When you release outcomes, anxiety loses its anchor. The mind stops scanning the future for confirmation of success or failure. It stops grasping for certainty. It stops chasing imaginary scenarios. The archery model creates emotional spaciousness. Once the arrow is gone, you are no longer tied to it. This frees the soul to return to itself, to rest in the present moment, to enter sleep without being dragged forward or backward in time. Letting go also builds confidence. When you no longer hinge your self-worth on outcomes, you begin to measure yourself by what you can control: your character, your effort, your clarity, your consistency. This internal focus strengthens self-trust. You stop doubting yourself simply because circumstances shifted. You stop taking external events as personal judgments. You stop fearing failure because failure loses its ability to define you. This mindset also enhances resilience. When you no longer attach your emotional stability to specific outcomes, setbacks lose their sharpness. You meet disappointment with understanding rather than devastation. You adapt faster. You learn faster. You move forward without being emotionally shattered. At night, this skill is invaluable. Sleep cannot reach a mind still clinging to unresolved outcomes. The archery model teaches the mind to release its grip, to accept what is already past, to allow tomorrow to unfold without interference. This surrender is not defeat, it is wisdom. The Stoics believed deeply in separating the controllable from the uncontrollable. Archery gave them a metaphor that made this separation visceral. Your role is to aim with virtue. Life's role is to move the arrow through the air. The night's role is to restore you so you can aim again tomorrow. When you embrace this, the body relaxes, The chest softens, the breath deepens. A sense of spaciousness spreads through the mind. The heart no longer demands a specific outcome to feel safe. Safety comes from alignment with your own actions, not the world's reactions. This is the essence of letting go. Trusting your effort, accepting uncertainty, releasing attachment, allowing life to be life. Marcus Aurelius mastered this because he understood a timeless truth. Peace comes not from controlling outcomes, but from releasing them. And when the arrow is gone, the night finally welcomes you without resistance. You rest not as someone still fighting the day, but as someone who has completed it. Fully, cleanly, freely. A softer ease enters the mind once you release your grip on outcomes. The heart no longer fights the past, no longer negotiates with the future, no longer tries to force the world into predictable patterns. But Marcus Aurelius practiced another nightly discipline, one that allowed him to end each day with emotional clarity instead of emotional residue. He called it, in essence, an inventory of the inner world, a quiet examination, a gentle accounting of the soul, not to judge himself, but to understand himself. This ritual was his way of ensuring that nothing hidden remained heavy, nothing unacknowledged lingered in the dark, nothing unspoken hardened into bitterness. Most people fall asleep carrying emotions they never paused long enough to name. Subtle irritations, quiet disappointments, unnoticed fears, old insecurities, tension absorbed from others. These emotions stay stuck because they are unobserved. Marcus refused to let them pile up. His inventory ritual was a nightly clearing, a mental housekeeping that kept his interior world clean. This ritual did not require hours, it required honesty. The kind of honesty that meets emotion without shame. The kind that says, "Let me see what is here," rather than, "Let me pretend I am above this." He would review his day through the lens of emotional truth. Instead of replaying events endlessly, he focused on the internal responses those events created. If something made him upset, he didn't bury it, he noted it. If something made him defensive, he didn't justify it, he explored it. If something made him proud, he didn't cling to it, he acknowledged it. If something made him anxious, he didn't try to outrun it, he sat with it. This kind of introspection is powerful because it prevents small emotions from growing into larger distortions. When the heart is not allowed to speak, it creates symptoms: restlessness, tension, insomnia. Marcus listened before those symptoms appeared. By naming each emotion clearly, he purified it. Emotions lose their heaviness when they no longer hide in the dark. The inventory also revealed patterns. Marcus could see where his reactions were shaped by old habits rather than present reality. He could see when ego crept in, when impatience surfaced, when compassion was missing. This was not about self-criticism, it was about clarity. You cannot change what you refuse to see. You cannot grow from what you will not examine. For Marcus, this nightly truth-telling was a quiet path to self-mastery. The ritual made him emotionally agile. Instead of carrying unresolved feelings from day to day, he reset his emotional state each night. He didn't allow yesterday to bleed into tomorrow. He recognized that emotional accumulation is one of the greatest enemies of inner peace. A mind that is never cleared becomes heavy. A heart that is never listened to becomes closed. The inventory freed him from that burden. Part of this ritual involved separating his feelings into those he could act on and those he simply needed to release. Some emotions pointed toward things that required change. Others pointed toward expectations that needed softening. Others were nothing but emotional echoes, leftover reactions from stress, fatigue, or human frailty. By seeing the difference, he spared himself unnecessary suffering. This ritual also helped Marcus regulate guilt. Many people punish themselves for emotional reactions they never intended to have. Marcus replaced punishment with understanding. If he had acted without patience, he acknowledged the fatigue beneath it. If he had reacted harshly, he recognized the pressure that shaped it. If he had fallen into worry, he acknowledged the tenderness inside him that needed reassurance. This compassion allowed the heart to release tension instead of tightening further. The inventory also strengthened gratitude. When you examine the emotional texture of your day, you begin to notice small joys you would have otherwise overlooked. Moments of kindness, moments of steadiness, moments where you chose well. Marcus made room for these recognitions, letting them balance the weight of the more difficult emotions. This balance created emotional truth, not a false positivity, not a dramatic negativity, just truth. And truth is restful. Because once the heart has spoken, it no longer needs to pull at you in the dark. Marcus ended his ritual with a sense of closure. He didn't aim to fix everything. He aimed to understand everything. Understanding dissolves resistance. Resistance is what keeps people awake. When resistance falls away, the body naturally slides into rest. The inventory ritual teaches you to meet your inner world with maturity, to stop fearing your own emotions, to stop suppressing what needs expression, to stop carrying shadowed feelings into sleep. It teaches the heart to release its knots, the mind to release its questions, and the body to release its tension. When you practice this nightly truth-telling, you stop being a stranger to yourself. You enter the night with transparency rather than confusion. You sleep with an uncluttered heart. You rest without emotional debris pressing from the inside. This is how Marcus kept his inner world steady, even in chaos, even in pressure, even in leadership. Every night he returned to himself. Every night he cleared the weight. Every night he made space for the soul to breathe. And once the heart is clear, the night becomes gentle, sleep becomes deep, and the inner world becomes something peaceful enough to carry into dawn. A quieter strength begins to form once the emotional inventory is complete. The heart feels clearer, the mind feels lighter, and the body finally begins to understand that the day has ended. But Marcus Aurelius carried one more image into his nights, one that shaped the way he approached rest, resilience, and inner safety. He called it the inner citadel, a fortress of the soul, a place inside him untouched by chaos, untouched by judgment, untouched by the world. And every night he treated his bedroom as the physical doorway into that fortress. The inner citadel is not a literal structure. It is the protected core of your being, the part of you that remains steady no matter what storms unfold around you. But Marcus believed something important. If the mind is to enter this citadel, the environment must not contradict it. The space where you sleep should reflect the sanctuary you are trying to enter internally. A bedroom becomes part of your psychology. It speaks to your nervous system in a language deeper than words. For Marcus, entering the bedroom was not simply walking into a space. It was stepping into himself. Every part of the room was meant to remind him of the fortressed stillness inside him. The fewer the distractions, the fewer the mental intrusions, the less the clutter, the less the emotional noise, the softer the atmosphere, the softer the mind. He created a physical environment that aligned with the mental one he sought to cultivate. He understood that a bedroom overloaded with stimulation, too many objects, too many reminders of unfinished tasks, too much sensory noise, keeps the mind at the gates of the citadel instead of guiding it inward. The Stoics believed that environments can either scatter the mind or gather it. A gathered mind rests. A scattered mind wanders. The inner citadel image helped Marcus create a boundary between the world and the self. Outside the citadel were responsibilities, expectations, decisions, and duties. Inside it were stillness, clarity, and truth. When he entered his bedroom, he mentally stepped over that threshold. He allowed the outer world to remain outside. He withdrew deliberately, reminding himself that the night belonged to the soul, not to the empire. This withdrawal was not escapism. The Stoics didn't hide from life. They fortified themselves to meet it with strength. The citadel was not a place of avoidance. It was a place of renewal, a place where the mind could return to its natural state before being reshaped by the demands of the next day. Marcus believed the soul needed this nightly return to itself, the way warriors need shelter between battles. The bedroom becomes part of this philosophy when you treat it as something sacred. Not a storage room, not a workspace, not a social arena, but a sanctuary. A small, quiet universe where nothing external is allowed to intrude. When the space is treated with intention, the mind responds. It recognizes the environment as a cue to soften, settle, and return inward. Marcus used this space to reconnect with what the Stoics called the ruling reason, the calm, steady part of the mind capable of seeing life clearly. During the day, this clarity can be blurred by stress, emotion, social tension, and responsibility. But inside the citadel, the fog lifts. Night becomes a place of restoration where the soul is reminded of its strength. This inner retreat also teaches the mind not to depend on constant stimulation. The bedroom becomes a training ground for presence. Without noise, the mind learns to be content with silence. Without visual distractions, it learns to rest in simplicity. Without emotional triggers, it learns to settle without effort. These skills carry into the next day, making you less reactive, less overwhelmed, and more grounded. The inner citadel philosophy also protects you from nighttime vulnerability. Sleep requires surrender. Many people struggle with this because surrender feels unsafe. But when the bedroom becomes a symbolic fortress, the mind feels secure enough to let go. You are not falling asleep unprotected. You are falling asleep inside the strongest part of yourself. Marcus believed that true rest comes when nothing external is allowed to disturb the inner fortress. The citadel is not built from walls, but from understanding. It is built from discipline, acceptance, clarity, and self-trust. The more you return to it, the stronger it becomes. The stronger it becomes, the easier sleep arrives. This nightly practice also deepens the relationship you have with yourself. In the citadel, you are not performing. You are not proving. You are not pleasing. You are not strategizing. You are simply existing in your most natural form, a human soul in its quietest state. This simplicity is healing. It reminds you that beneath all the layers of identity, there is a core that is unshaken. And when you treat your bedroom as the doorway into that core, the night changes. Sleep stops feeling like a collapse into exhaustion and becomes a guided descent into peace. The mind recognizes it is entering a protected space. The heart relaxes because it knows nothing is required of it now. The body releases tension because it understands it is safe. The inner citadel becomes not just a philosophy, but a nightly experience. a space where the world disappears, a space where the self returns, a space where rest is no longer fragile, but fortified. And when you sleep inside this inner fortress, the night becomes powerful, rest becomes restorative, and the soul wakes with a strength the world cannot shake. A deeper stability settles once you treat your bedroom as the doorway into your inner citadel. The outer world grows distant, the inner world grows clearer, and the night begins to feel like a gentle descent instead of a struggle. But Marcus Aurelius practiced one more discipline before letting sleep take him: a nightly alignment with virtue. He believed that rest is deepest when the soul is aligned with its highest values. When you end the day in harmony with who you truly want to be, the mind sleeps without conflict, without noise, without the quiet friction that disturbs the heart. Virtue, in Stoic terms, is not perfection. It is direction. It is orientation. It is the compass that guides behavior toward wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. Marcus did not try to embody all of these perfectly every day. He simply returned to them each night. He aligned himself with them the way a sailor aligns his ship with the stars, not because he expects to reach the stars, but because their light keeps him on course. This alignment was not a checklist. It was a quiet conversation between the heart and the self. Marcus asked himself if he lived the day with kindness, if he acted with fairness, if he used courage where fear tempted him, if he chose restraint when impulse tried to overtake him. He was not looking for flawless performance. He was looking for integrity. Integrity calms the mind. It brings coherence to the inner world. When your actions reflect your values, there is nothing inside you pulling in opposite directions. Most nighttime distress comes from misalignment, moments where you acted against your own nature. Maybe you reacted harshly. Maybe you avoided something you knew you should have faced. Maybe you said something that didn't reflect your true intention. Marcus understood that the psyche responds to misalignment with subtle unrest. Even small deviations from your own values create tension, and tension creates sleeplessness. So he used nighttime virtue alignment as a way to bring himself back into balance, not through self-criticism, but through awareness. He acknowledged where he had acted well. He acknowledged where he had fallen short. And in these recognitions, he found clarity instead of shame. Clarity brings peace. Shame brings disturbance. Marcus chose clarity. Alignment also involves forgiveness, not only towards others, but toward yourself. When you see the day clearly, you can address small misalignments without harshness. You understand the pressures that shaped your reactions. You understand the human limitations that influenced your choices. Virtue alignment is not about moral rigidity. It is about gentle redirection. You tell yourself, tomorrow I will walk with more steadiness, not because I am failing, but because I am learning. This attitude removes the guilt that often lingers into the night. The heart rests when it feels understood. The mind rests when it knows where it stands. You rest when you no longer feel divided inside yourself. Nighttime virtue alignment also keeps the ego in check. Instead of being seduced by accomplishments or pride, Marcus grounded himself by returning to the qualities that truly matter. He didn't measure the day by success or praise. He measured it by character. When you measure your day by virtue instead of outcomes, you detach from the emotional roller coaster of external validation. You return to your own center. This return is what allows sleep to come easily. Alignment also reduces regret. Regret is the enemy of stillness. It appears when you know you acted below your potential, when you let fear win, when you broke your own standards. Marcus softened regret by transforming it into intention. Regret without growth becomes poison. Regret transformed into wisdom becomes fuel. Virtue alignment turns regret into guidance rather than punishment. This ritual also strengthens humility. Instead of pretending he was above error, Marcus embraced his imperfections as part of the human experience. Humility protects the heart from defensiveness. When you stop defending your errors and instead understand them, the emotional charge dissolves. Humility allows you to acknowledge without collapsing. This is why humility enhances rest. You stop wrestling with yourself. Virtue alignment also elevates gratitude. When you examine your day through the lens of values, you notice all the moments where you chose well, where you acted with goodness, where you were patient, thoughtful, generous, or honest. You begin to appreciate the quiet victories that often go unnoticed. This appreciation strengthens self-respect, and self-respect brings emotional calm. At its core, nighttime virtue alignment is about sleeping with a clean conscience. Not because you were flawless, but because you were honest. Honest about your choices, honest about your efforts, honest about your humanity. The Stoics believed that conscience is one of the strongest regulators of sleep. When you end the day at odds with yourself, the night becomes a negotiation. When you end the day aligned with your inner values, even imperfectly, the night becomes peaceful. This alignment is also a practice of intention setting. When you go to sleep with your virtues in mind, your subconscious takes them into the night. You plant seeds that influence tomorrow's choices. You shape your character quietly, steadily, night after night. The Stoics believed that virtue is not formed in dramatic moments, but in small, consistent alignments. Sleep becomes part of this formation. And perhaps most importantly, virtue alignment reminds you that you are not defined by your worst moments. You are shaped by your repeated efforts to return to your best self. Marcus saw this return as the essence of character. Every night was an opportunity to begin again, not with pressure, but with clarity. When you engage in this ritual, the night becomes more than rest. It becomes a reset, a recalibration, a return to your inner compass, a quiet step back into the person you are becoming. And when your heart aligns with its values, the mind settles, the body follows, and the night becomes a place where sleep is not just physical recovery, but spiritual alignment, a nightly reunion with who you truly are beneath all the noise of the day. A deeper coherence forms once you've aligned yourself with virtue. The inner world feels cleaner, steadier, more honest. But Marcus Aurelius practiced another subtle discipline, one most people overlook, yet it shaped how he navigated both his days and his nights. He believed that every human being carries an inner climate, a kind of moral temperature that rises and falls throughout the day. And if you don't regulate it before sleep, the night becomes restless, noisy, and unsettled. Moral temperature is not about judging yourself. It is about noticing how your inner state warms or cools with your choices. When you act out of anger, your temperature spikes. When you act out of fear, it freezes. When you speak harshly, it overheats. When you betray your own standards, it chills. When you live with honesty, patience, humility, and compassion, your inner climate stays steady, warm enough to feel human, cool enough to stay clear. Marcus paid attention to these subtle shifts because he understood that the body reacts to moral imbalance the same way it reacts to physical discomfort. Just as you can't sleep well when your room is too hot or too cold, You can't rest deeply when your moral temperature is off. The soul senses misalignment even when the mind tries to ignore it. Restlessness often has its roots in ethical turbulence. Throughout the day, interactions can overheat the spirit. Someone's rudeness triggers anger. Someone's criticism awakens defensiveness. A moment of envy raises internal tension. A burst of impatience spikes the emotional climate. The Stoics believed that if you enter the night with these internal spikes unchanged, they continue radiating energy long after the moment has passed. Many people feel wired at night, not because of caffeine or stress, but because their moral temperature is still running high. Marcus regulated this temperature deliberately. Before sleep, he reviewed moments where anger flared, where pride tightened, where judgment sharpened. He didn't shame himself, he simply cooled the heat by returning to reason. Anger cools when understood. Pride cools when put in perspective. Impulse cools when acknowledged. When he noticed moments when he lacked courage or avoided responsibility, moments where temperature dipped into moral coldness, he gently warmed it with honesty. He didn't punish himself, he balanced himself. This balancing act is essential for inner harmony. When you end the day in a heated state, the nervous system stays alert, scanning for conflict. When you end the day in a cold state, the heart withdraws, protecting itself. Neither state supports rest. Marcus aimed for temperance, a steady, neutral warmth within, a moral climate that neither burns nor freezes, but holds you in calm equilibrium. This practice also reduces guilt. When you acknowledge the places where your moral temperature spiked or dropped, you neutralize the emotional charge. Unchecked guilt acts like a fever. It overheats the mind, disturbs sleep, and disrupts emotional clarity. Awareness cools it. Compassion cools it. The willingness to improve cools it. Marcus never carried guilt into sleep. He carried understanding. And understanding regulates the heart far more effectively than self-punishment. Moral temperature also applies to the way you treat yourself. Harsh self-talk freezes the spirit. Overindulgence overheats it. Neglect chills it. Excessive ambition burns it. Stoicism teaches balance, not repression, not indulgence, but harmony. When the self is cared for wisely, the moral climate stabilizes. When neglected, it swings dramatically. These swings keep the mind unsettled long after the body lies down. Marcus also understood that moral temperature affects how you perceive the world. When your internal climate overheats, the world looks hostile. When it freezes, it looks hopeless. When it balances, it looks manageable. Sleep requires a worldview that feels safe, grounded, and steady. A regulated moral climate creates this sense of safety. It allows the mind to soften because it believes the world is not an immediate threat. At night, Marcus reviewed not just his actions, but his reactions. He paid attention to what triggered heat, ego, competition, impatience, and what triggered coldness, withdrawal, apathy, discouragement. He didn't judge these states, he adjusted them. The Stoic approach mirrors a craftsman tending a fire, adding wood when warmth is needed, opening vents when the heat grows too strong. Sleep is easier in a room where the fire is steady, not raging or dying. This ritual also cultivates self-respect. When you manage your moral temperature, you demonstrate responsibility toward your inner world. You show yourself that you are capable of tending to your psychological environment. This lowers anxiety. Responsibility brings stability. Stability brings peace. Over time, this practice shapes character. When you consistently regulate your moral temperature, you become less reactive, less easily provoked, less vulnerable to emotional extremes. You develop what the Stoics valued above almost anything: inner consistency. A consistent inner climate leads to consistent behavior, consistent thought, consistent sleep. Nighttime is the best moment for this practice because the mind is quiet enough to see its own temperature clearly. During the day, heat and cold blend into the noise of activity. At night, the quiet reveals what is unresolved. You can feel the spikes. You can feel the dips. Your body tells you when something is off. Marcus listened. By the time he lay down, he had returned himself to emotional balance. Not perfection, balance. A state where nothing inside him was too sharp, too heavy, too hot, or too numb. His moral temperature was steady enough to support rest. This is why the Stoics slept well. Their peace was not accidental, it was maintained. It was tended like a flame. Every belief they practiced, every reflection they made, every adjustment they embraced was part of keeping their inner climate steady. When your moral temperature is regulated, the mind releases tension, the heart releases conflict, the body releases vigilance. Sleep becomes a natural descent, not a battle. And in that descent, you enter the night with the quiet warmth of a soul at peace, balanced, steady, and ready to rest without disturbance. A deeper calm settles once your moral temperature is steady. The inner climate feels balanced, neither overheated with irritation nor frozen with withdrawal. But Marcus Aurelius knew there was one emotion that, if left unaddressed, could poison the night more quietly than any other: resentment. Small or large, recent or old, resentment behaves like a slow-burning ember inside the chest. Even when the mind feels tired, that ember keeps the heart restless. Stoics understood that no one sleeps deeply while holding grudges, and so Marcus practiced something profoundly effective: rational compassion. Rational compassion is not softness. It is not excusing harmful behavior. It is not forcing forgiveness. It is the disciplined choice to understand the humanity of others through reason rather than emotion. It is compassion grounded in clarity, not naivety. And this type of compassion dissolves resentment because resentment thrives on distorted narratives, the belief that someone hurt you intentionally, maliciously, or thoughtlessly. When reason enters the picture, the distortion breaks. Marcus began with a simple truth. People do wrong because they are misguided, wounded, ignorant, overwhelmed, or unaware, not because they exist to harm you. This is not idealism, it is psychological realism. Most hurtful behavior is not personal. It is a reflection of someone else's internal turmoil. When Marcus reminded himself of this, resentment softened. The pain didn't disappear instantly, but it lost its fuel. Rational compassion asks a simple question: what inner struggle must a person be facing to behave this way? The moment you ask this, resentment loosens its grip. You stop viewing the person as an enemy and start viewing them as a human being navigating their own flaws, fears, and limitations. This shift doesn't absolve them. It frees you. Holding resentment is like drinking poison to make someone else suffer. Rational compassion empties the poison by showing the mind that the resentment is unnecessary weight. Night amplifies resentment. The quiet makes old wounds louder. The absence of distractions makes small grudges feel sharp. But Marcus did not let the night magnify what clarity should shrink. He used reason to place people's actions in context. He reminded himself that even he, an emperor and philosopher, acted imperfectly when stressed, overwhelmed, or afraid. If he expected compassion for his own flaws, he knew he must offer the same understanding to others. This doesn't mean tolerating harm or accepting injustice. Rational compassion is not submission. It is emotional intelligence. It recognizes that understanding someone's behavior does not mean agreeing with it. It simply means releasing yourself from the emotional entanglement that keeps you awake. Resentment also grows when the mind fixates on fairness. I didn't deserve that. They should have known better. Why didn't they treat me differently? Marcus addressed this directly. He reminded himself that life does not operate on fairness, but on human nature. People act from their level of awareness. People love from their level of healing. People hurt from their level of pain. When you stop expecting perfection from others, resentment loses its reason to exist. Rational compassion replaces outrage with understanding. Not warm understanding, clear understanding. You stop expecting people to be wiser than they are. You stop assuming their mistakes are evidence of malice. You stop taking their behavior as a personal attack. This clarity is not emotional weakness, it is emotional strength. Only a steady mind can open itself to understanding in the face of hurt. This shift protects your sleep. Most resentment is replayed at night, not lived in the moment. The mind reopens old stories, repeats old conversations, replays what you should have said, imagines alternate outcomes. Rational compassion interrupts this cycle by replacing emotional narrative with truth. The truth that everyone struggles. The truth that people act from fear more often than cruelty. The truth that you cannot control their actions, but you can control your relationship to them. Marcus believed that compassion was a form of self-protection, not a gift to others, a gift to yourself. By viewing others through a lens of reason, you shield your own heart from unnecessary bitterness. When resentment dissolves, emotional space opens. This space is what the night requires. A heart filled with resentment cannot rest. A heart cleared by understanding can. Rational compassion also includes compassion toward yourself. You resent others most when you secretly resent your own reactions, when you believe you should have been calmer, stronger, wiser. Marcus released himself from these self-attacks. He understood that he too was learning, evolving, and doing the best he could with the tools he had at the moment. Self-compassion softens self-resentment, and softened self-resentment makes forgiving others easier. When rational compassion becomes a nightly habit, sleep becomes deeper because nothing within you is pulling against itself. The mind no longer circles around emotional injuries. The heart no longer burns with quiet anger. The body no longer braces against remembered conflict. Resentment is a weight. Compassion is a release. Rational compassion is the bridge between the two, a bridge that carries you out of emotional darkness and into the peaceful emptiness needed for sleep. When you practice this, the night becomes a place of emotional clarity rather than emotional residue. You lie down with a heart unburdened by grudges. You drift into sleep with a mind that understands rather than resents. And you awaken with a spirit that is lighter, steadier, and free from the shadows of the day. This is how Marcus Aurelius neutralized resentment, not through force, but through wisdom, not through denial, but through clarity, not through weakness, but through strength. And when resentment dissolves, the night finally opens into peace, a peace untouched by the sharpness of hurt and illuminated by the quiet intelligence of understanding. A deeper lightness settles in the heart once resentment has been dissolved through rational compassion. The inner world feels cleaner, freer, less tangled. But Marcus Aurelius had one more nightly discipline, one so subtle and intimate that he never wrote it directly in his journals. Scholars infer it from the gaps, from the tone shifts, from the quiet places in his reflections. It is the meditation he never documented, the practice that existed between his words. A silent ritual, sometimes called the unwritten meditation. This meditation is not spoken, not scripted, not structured. It is the practice of listening to the mind when it finally stops performing. It is the space Marcus held between thinking and sleep, the moment when the conscious mind rests its tools and the deeper self begins to speak. The unwritten meditation is what happens when you close your eyes and do nothing but pay attention to what rises naturally, without resistance, without analysis. Marcus understood something essential. The mind often reveals its deepest truths only when it is quiet enough to be heard. During the day, thought is reactive. It responds to tasks, conversations, pressure, noise. At night, when the world falls silent, thought becomes reflective. It speaks not of what the world demands, but of what the soul needs. This is why the night can feel heavy for some. The deeper self finally has room to surface. The Stoics saw this as a gift, not a threat. The unwritten meditation begins with simply noticing what appears when the mind is no longer being directed, not judging it, not pushing it away, not trying to fix it, just noticing. The thoughts that surface are not random, they are clues. They tell you where the mind feels unfinished. They tell you which emotions want attention. They tell you which fears still need comfort. They tell you what you've been avoiding in the noise of daytime life. Most people interrupt this process with distraction. They reach for their phones, fill the space with entertainment, or force sleep onto a mind that isn't yet ready. But Marcus believed the night was an opportunity to understand oneself more deeply. The unwritten meditation allowed him to hear the quiet voice inside that daylight drowns out. This meditation is not introspection in the analytical sense. It is not a deliberate review of the day. It is closer to watching weather pass over the sky of the mind. Thoughts rise like clouds, drift across awareness, and dissolve on their own when not held tightly. This is where the mind shows you what it has been holding, not as a punishment, but as a release. The key to this practice is non-interference. Most suffering occurs when we grab onto thoughts and try to control their direction. Marcus observed his thoughts the way he observed nature, with curiosity, not attachment. When a thought arises, you let it bloom, let it speak, let it dissolve. No story, no fight, no guilt. This is how the mind cleans itself. When thoughts are allowed to move freely, the mind becomes still on its own. Stillness cannot be forced. It grows in the absence of resistance. The unwritten meditation creates the conditions for this stillness. This practice also deepens self-awareness. When you observe the mind without engaging it, you learn which thoughts are habitual, which emotions recur, which concerns rise repeatedly. These patterns reveal where healing is needed. Marcus used this awareness to adjust his behavior, soften old tendencies, and strengthen his inner world over time. The unwritten meditation also reduces anxiety. Anxiety thrives on resistance. When you stop resisting thoughts, they lose their intensity. They pass like wind instead of sticking like thorns. The mind stops treating every thought as a threat. It learns that thoughts can be harmless if not clung to. This meditation also nurtures emotional honesty. Some truths only rise when the world around you is quiet. Feelings you ignored during the day, needs you pushed aside, insights you were too busy to notice. The night becomes a gentle teacher, a space where your inner world can show itself without fear of interruption. The Stoics believed that wisdom grows in silence. Marcus used this meditation to reconnect with his deepest self, the part untouched by circumstance. In this silence, he remembered what mattered. He remembered who he was beyond roles and responsibilities. He remembered the simplicity of being alive. And once the mind had spoken what needed speaking, once the deeper truths had been acknowledged, the heart settled, the thoughts slowed, the breath deepened, the body relaxed, the night opened. Sleep came naturally, not because he forced it, but because he made space for it. The unwritten meditation is the meeting place between yourself and your truth. It is the moment where you feel your own presence fully. You are not thinking for others, not planning, not performing, not revising. You are simply here. This presence is the foundation of peace. When practiced nightly, the mind becomes less afraid of silence, less afraid of its own thoughts, less afraid of stillness. You begin to look forward to the quiet rather than fear it, and the night becomes not a place of rumination, but a place of revelation. This is why Marcus Aurelius never needed elaborate rituals. His greatest practice was this silent meeting with himself, the meditation that could never be written because it lived between his breaths. And when you practice this, sleep becomes a natural continuation of the meditation, an effortless descent born from deep acceptance of the mind's truth. A deeper stillness begins to take shape once the mind has spoken its truths through the unwritten meditation. The inner world feels lighter, the emotional knots loosen. But Marcus Aurelius practiced yet another discipline, one so understated that most people overlook its power. He understood that even after reflection, even after awareness, the mind still needs something more: silence. Not the absence of sound, but the absence of internal noise. A deliberate return to quiet. This was the Stoic silence method. To Marcus, silence wasn't emptiness, it was nourishment. Noise drains, silence restores. Noise scatters, silence gathers. Noise pulls the mind outward, silence brings it inward. Most people go to bed carrying the world's noise with them, conversations replaying, responsibilities echoing, fears humming in the background. But the Stoic knew that the mind cannot enter deep rest if it hasn't first entered deep quiet. The Stoic silence method is the practice of cultivating that quiet deliberately. It begins with withdrawing attention from everything that pulls you outward, not by force, not by suppressing thought, but by gently shifting your awareness inward. Silence begins when you stop reacting, when you stop mentally answering conversations that have already ended, when you stop continuing arguments that were never resolved, when you stop trying to solve what belongs to tomorrow. Silence is the moment when the mind stops participating in the noise. Marcus practiced silence as an active choice. He didn't wait for quiet to appear. He created it. He created it by ending the day not with stimulation, but with stillness. He didn't drown himself in external distractions. He didn't chase relief through entertainment. He didn't numb his thoughts with noise. Instead, he returned to a place inside himself where nothing needed to be said, solved, or analyzed. This method has a profound effect on the nervous system. When the mind enters true silence, the body receives a signal that it is safe. Safety softens breath. Safety releases tension. Safety lowers the inner shield. The body cannot fall into deep sleep until it feels safe, and silence is the language safety speaks. People often fear silence because silence exposes the truth of their inner world. But Marcus welcomed it. Silence to him was not emptiness. It was clarity. It was space for the soul to breathe. It was the doorway into the deepest parts of the mind, the parts untouched by the chaos of the day. The Stoic silence. Method works because silence interrupts mental momentum. Thoughts lose their force when they are no longer fed. The mind stops spinning. The emotional residue of the day begins to dissolve. The pressure to keep thinking fades. Silence becomes a balm that heals the overstimulated mind. Marcus used silence to cleanse himself of external influence. During the day, he interacted with countless voices, advisors, soldiers, politicians, critics, citizens. Each conversation left its trace. Silence helped him return to his own voice. Without it, his mind would be shaped by the world instead of shaped by wisdom. Silence protects identity. It protects truth. It protects inner sovereignty. This practice also teaches you to tolerate stillness without discomfort. Many people struggle at night because they associate stillness with vulnerability. They reach for distraction to avoid feeling alone with themselves. Silence feels threatening because it requires presence, but the Stoics believed presence was the highest form of strength. Marcus sat with silence until it no longer frightened him, until it became home, until silence felt like a companion instead of an emptiness. Once he reached that point, rest became easy, because the mind that welcomes silence welcomes sleep. The method also clarifies what matters. In silence, the mind filters out the irrelevant. Concerns lose their urgency. Confusion fades. Priorities sharpen. What remains is only what truly holds meaning. This clarity reduces the mental clutter that keeps you awake. Practicing silence is not about stopping thought. It is about softening it. It is about allowing thoughts to drift without attaching to them, allowing emotions to rise without following them, allowing the mind to settle naturally rather than forcing it into stillness. Silence is not a command, it is an environment. Marcus created this environment by grounding himself in simple sensations: the weight of his body, the coolness of the room, the rhythm of his breath. These anchors pull the mind out of chaos and into presence. Presence creates silence, and silence creates rest. Over time, the Stoic silence method builds a stable inner refuge, a place you can return to even on chaotic days, a place where the noise of the world cannot reach you, a place where thought becomes gentle, a place where sleep rises easily. This practice also strengthens emotional stability. When you can sit in silence without fear, you become less reactive, less controlled by noise, less agitated by the world's demands. Silence becomes a shield, not a wall, but a grounding force that makes you resilient. The night transforms when silence becomes part of your ritual. The mind stops bracing. The heart stops clinging. The body stops resisting. Everything begins to soften. And in that softening, the doorway to sleep opens. The Stoic silence method is not complicated. It is the simplest practice Marcus ever embraced, yet it carries the deepest impact. It teaches the mind to stop talking. It teaches the heart to stop gripping. It teaches the spirit to stop rushing. It teaches you how to return to yourself. And when you enter sleep from silence, the night becomes more than rest. It becomes renewal, cleansing, and restoration. A place where the world disappears and your truest self emerges beneath the quiet. A deeper grounding forms once silence has washed the noise from your mind. The inner world feels clearer, quieter, more spacious. But even in this stillness, one question often lingers in the human heart, a quiet ache that rises especially at night. Did today matter? It's a subtle doubt, almost invisible during the busy hours of daytime, yet unmistakable when the room goes dark. Marcus Aurelius knew this feeling well. He carried the weight of an empire, yet some days were uneventful, repetitive, or filled with ordinary tasks. To keep his soul steady, he practiced something powerful, extracting purpose from days that seemed mundane. Purpose extraction is the art of finding meaning where the mind is tempted to see nothing. It is the discipline of discovering value in small, imperfect, ordinary days. Marcus understood that not every day would be remarkable, victorious, or profound, but every day could contain purpose if you looked closely enough. Without this practice, the human spirit becomes restless. People fall asleep feeling empty, doubting themselves, questioning their direction. The night becomes heavy when the day feels insignificant. Instead of searching for grand moments, Marcus searched for truth inside the small ones. He asked himself, where did I learn? Where did I grow? Where did I try? Where did I contribute? Where did I stay true to myself? These questions revealed meaning even in days that outwardly appeared dull or frustrating. He found value in subtle victories, the moments he kept his patience, the moments he held his temper, the moments he chose honesty over convenience, the moments he stayed kind even when tired. These moments counted. They shaped character, and character was the Stoic definition of purpose. Purpose extraction begins by shifting how you view your day. The mind often overlooks anything that isn't dramatic. It treats routine as emptiness. The Stoics rejected that view. They believed meaning is not found in spectacle, it's found in alignment with what is right. Marcus once wrote that even simple acts done with integrity strengthen the soul. Preparing food, cleaning a space, helping someone briefly, finishing a task, practicing patience, speaking kindly. These are quiet forms of purpose that accumulate over time. This mindset relieves the pressure to perform. Many sleepless nights come from feeling you didn't accomplish enough. The modern world glorifies productivity so intensely that anything short of extraordinariness feels like failure. Marcus resisted this illusion. He reminded himself that purpose is not always loud. It sometimes whispers in the background of your day. When you acknowledge these whispers, the heart feels steady. When you ignore them, the heart feels uncertain. Purpose extraction also rewires comparison. When you measure meaning only by large achievements, you will always feel behind. But when you measure meaning by alignment with your values, you become grounded. You stop chasing someone else's version of a meaningful day. You begin honoring your own path. This practice also protects you from emotional despair. A day without obvious meaning can create subtle sadness, the feeling of drifting, the sense that life is passing unmarked. Marcus extracted purpose to prevent this drift. By naming the value in small moments, he reconnected to the deeper thread running through his life. Sleep becomes easier when you feel connected to something meaningful, no matter how quiet that meaning is. Purpose extraction also enhances gratitude. When you train the mind to notice the significance of ordinary moments, your heart opens. The small things become visible. The unnoticed becomes appreciated. The day feels fuller. Gratitude softens the nervous system. It shifts the body out of threat mode. It prepares the mind for rest. Another key part of this practice is accepting imperfect days. Some days are messy, some are exhausting, some are emotionally heavy. Marcus did not ignore these days. He extracted meaning from them too. If he struggled, the purpose was endurance. If he made mistakes, the purpose was learning. If he felt frustrated, the purpose was self-awareness. In this way, even difficulty becomes part of the soul's growth. The night becomes gentler when the day, even in struggle, still holds value. Purpose extraction also dissolves the pressure to always feel inspired. Meaning is not an emotion, it is a perspective. You can feel tired and still be purposeful. You can feel uncertain and still be growing. You can feel uninspired and still be moving in the right direction. This truth allows the heart to rest without demanding perfect motivation. At night, Marcus reflected on the day not to judge, but to understand. He extracted purpose to create closure. And closure is essential for sleep. The mind cannot rest when the day feels unresolved. Purpose gives the day a shape. It gives the heart a reason to exhale. It gives the mind permission to let go. This practice teaches you how to honor your life even in its simplest form. You stop searching for extraordinary meaning and begin recognizing the meaning woven into ordinary living. The night becomes peaceful because your life feels purposeful, not in dramatic bursts, but in steady, consistent truth. When you find meaning in small things, the soul feels anchored. When the soul feels anchored, the mind settles. When the mind settles, the body follows. And sleep becomes not just a physical rest, but a spiritual one, a soft descent into the understanding that your day, no matter how simple, carried purpose worth resting on. A deeper grounding follows once you've learned to extract meaning from even the simplest days. The heart stops searching for dramatic proof of purpose. The mind stops doubting its direction. But Marcus Aurelius knew there was another force that quietly disrupts the night. Desire. Not just the obvious forms, but the subtle cravings of the mind, the longing for comfort, the hunger for approval, the urge for stimulation, the itch for distraction. The Stoics understood that if desire is not redirected before sleep, it pulls the mind outward when the night is meant to bring you inward. Desire is not the enemy. It is simply energy. But desire pointed outward makes the mind restless. Desire pointed inward makes the mind calm. Marcus practiced evening redirection as a way to redirect this energy from craving to contentment, from needing to releasing, from reaching to returning. Throughout the day, desire builds quietly. You desire success, understanding, recognition, resolution, progress. You desire pleasant emotions and predictable outcomes. You desire comfort. You desire certainty. And because life rarely gives all these things, desire lingers like static in the nervous system. The mind carries unfinished cravings into the night. Cravings for closure, cravings for validation, cravings for relief. Marcus believed that nighttime is not for craving. Nighttime is for release. He practiced acknowledging what he still wanted from the day, not to fulfill it, but to let it go. He recognized that desire left unchecked becomes attachment, and attachment becomes tension. Tension makes sleep shallow. When the mind wants something badly enough, it continues grasping long after the day has ended. Evening redirection begins by noticing your cravings honestly. The desire to fix something, the desire to be understood, the desire to be liked, the desire to control outcomes, the desire for different emotions, the desire for easier circumstances. Most of these desires are impossible to satisfy at night, yet the mind attempts to solve them anyway. Marcus redirected these desires by reminding himself that fulfillment belongs to daylight, while release belongs to darkness. He taught himself to unclench from longing. The Stoics believed that desire pulls the mind outward, but peace pulls the mind inward. To redirect desire is to reclaim your inner world from the pull of everything you cannot have in this moment. It is not suppression, it is reorientation. Marcus replaced desire with gratitude. Gratitude is desire's opposite. Where desire says, I need, gratitude says, I have. Where desire tightens, gratitude softens. Where desire reaches, gratitude settles. As he redirected desire into appreciation, the emotional urgency dissolved. This dissolution created spaciousness inside him, a space where sleep could enter without resistance. Evening redirection also strengthens self-control. Desire often hijacks the mind, leading to impulses that disrupt rest, late-night scrolling, emotional overeating, unnecessary conversations, mental spiraling. Marcus practiced turning desire inward, toward discipline, toward clarity, toward stillness. This inward shift calmed the impulses. When desire becomes directed toward inner peace, outer cravings lose their intensity. This practice also cleanses emotional expectation. Much nighttime distress comes from expecting the world to give you what it did not give you today. Marcus redirected these expectations gently. He reminded himself that the universe does not bend to his preferences. Resisting this truth creates turmoil. Accepting it creates calm. Evening redirection teaches acceptance without defeat. You acknowledge that some things were left undone, some needs unmet, some desires unfulfilled, but you do not carry the emotional weight into sleep. You allow yourself to be complete for the night, even if the day was incomplete. Marcus also recognized that unchecked desire often masks deeper emotional needs. The desire for approval hides the desire for belonging. The desire for control hides the desire for safety. The desire for achievement hides the desire for worth. When you stop chasing the surface desire, you begin to hear the deeper one, and that deeper one is softer, more human, easier to soothe. This insight dissolves urgency. You stop craving external solutions to internal aches. You soothe the deeper emotion instead of feeding the surface craving. This shift removes immense pressure from the heart. Evening redirection also sharpens intuition. When desire loosens, clarity rises. The mind becomes capable of seeing truth instead of fantasy. You recognize what genuinely matters and what is simply noise. With this clarity, the night opens into meaningful rest rather than restless longing. The final step in this Stoic practice is choosing sufficiency. Marcus reminded himself nightly that what he had was enough for now. Not forever, just for now. Enough breath, enough strength, enough clarity, enough life. This temporary acceptance creates profound peace. The heart stops reaching forward. The mind stops reaching outward. The body stops craving stimulation. And sleep becomes natural. Because desire cannot coexist with deep rest, only acceptance can. When evening desire is redirected toward gratitude, toward clarity, toward inner stillness, the mind returns to its natural state, quiet, steady, open. The nervous system settles because it no longer feels the pull of unmet needs. The The heart relaxes because it no longer feels the pressure to obtain anything. The soul breathes because it feels complete for the night. This is the power of evening redirection. Desire turns into contentment, longing turns into peace, restlessness turns into stillness, and the night becomes a sanctuary instead of a space filled with unmet cravings.
Marcus Aurelius practiced this nightly so he could enter sleep not wanting anything but rest. And in that simplicity, sleep came to him easily because nothing inside him was reaching away from the present moment.
A deeper calm settles over the inner world once desire has been redirected into stillness. The mind is no longer reaching outward. The heart is no longer grasping for what it does not have. In this softened state, Marcus Aurelius turned to something simple but profoundly powerful: his breath. Not mindlessly, not mechanically, but intentionally, as a tool of mastery. The Stoics understood that the breath is the bridge between the body and the mind. When the breath is unstable, the mind becomes scattered. When the breath is steady, the mind follows. Marcus treated his breath as a quiet form of self-governance, a way to restore order from the inside out. He believed that breath communicates directly with the nervous system. A chaotic breath tells the body it is unsafe. A calm breath tells the body the opposite. This is why anxiety grows sharper at night. The mind holds fear, and the breath responds with tightness, sending signals of danger to the body. The body reacts with tension, and the mind interprets that tension as confirmation of fear. A loop of unrest forms. Stoic breathing breaks this loop. Marcus practiced what could be called the emperor's breath, a slow, deliberate way of breathing that resets the inner climate. He didn't count seconds or follow modern techniques. Instead, he listened to what the body needed in each moment. His breathing was guided by principles rather than rules. The first principle was softness. Harsh breathing agitates the system. Gentle breathing soothes it. His breath was never forced. It was invited. He began by noticing his breath without judgment. The simple act of observing breath slows it naturally. Observation brings awareness, and awareness brings calm. Once his attention settled, he deepened his breath subtly, never straining the lungs, never pushing against the body. The Stoics believed that effortful breathing contradicts the purpose of sleep preparation. The breath should feel like a slow tide, rising and falling. Marcus directed the breath into the lower body. Shallow chest breathing signals stress. Deep belly breathing signals safety. When breath descends into the abdomen, the nervous system shifts into rest mode. Shoulders relax, the heart rate slows, the mind softens. Marcus used this shift not just for sleep, but for emotional clarity. A calm body creates a calm interpretation of reality. He also balanced his exhale with intention. If the inhale is strength, the exhale is surrender. Marcus lengthened his exhales slightly, allowing his body to release tension on each out-breath. Every exhale carried away residue from the day: stress, conflict, worry, desire, pressure. He treated the exhale as cleansing, not metaphorically, but genuinely. The body physically releases tension through the exhale. The emperor's breath also involved pauses, organic, natural pauses, not holding the breath, but allowing brief moments of stillness at the top of the inhale and at the end of the exhale. These pauses act as micro-silences. They magnify the effects of the Stoic silence method. They show the mind that nothing urgent remains. The breath becomes a teacher of presence. As Marcus breathed, he redirected his awareness from thought to sensation. Thought pulls the mind upward into analysis. Sensation anchors it downward into the body. He felt the coolness of the air entering, the warmth of air leaving, the gentle expansion of the ribs, the soft rise of the belly. This sensory presence interrupts spiraling thoughts. The mind cannot think and feel deeply at the same time. Sensation wins. The Stoics believed the breath is a form of inner discipline, not rigid discipline, harmonizing discipline, a way of restoring balance without force. Marcus used breath to align himself with nature. He viewed breathing as a reminder that life flows without his control, that everything arises and passes, that even discomfort moves. This perspective dissolved fear. The breath served as a direct experience of impermanence, and impermanence becomes soothing when felt through the body, not just thought in the mind. Breath also regulates emotion. Anger burns hot and fast. Deep breathing cools it. Anxiety creates tightness. Slow breathing softens it. Sadness collapses the chest. Full breathing lifts it gently. Marcus did not use breath to erase emotion. He used it to regulate it. Breath becomes a mediator. The breath says to the emotions, "You may stay, but you will not overwhelm." As he prepared for sleep, Marcus allowed his breath to guide his thoughts. When thoughts accelerated, he slowed the breath. When emotions rose, he deepened the breath. When the body tightened, he softened the breath. Over time, this created a reflex of calm. His body learned that slow breathing meant safety. His mind learned that slow breathing meant peace. Eventually, breath alone was enough to pull him towards sleep. The emperor's breath is powerful because it bypasses the mind's resistance. The mind can argue with thoughts, but it cannot argue with physiology. When breath slows, the mind must follow. When the body relaxes, the psyche shifts. When breathing becomes rhythmic, the inner world becomes rhythmic too. Breath and mind settle together. By the time Marcus drifted toward sleep, his breath had become the softest it would be all day. So gentle, it barely stirred his chest. So peaceful, it felt like the tide had reached its quietest point. He entered sleep not as a man overwhelmed by the world, but as a man governed by his own breath, steady, anchored, restored. And this is the gift of the emperor's breath. It steadies the mind. It calms the heart. It prepares the soul for rest. When you breathe like this, the night becomes a companion rather than an obstacle. Sleep becomes a natural unfolding rather than a struggle. And the inner world settles into its deepest state of peace. A deeper steadiness settles into your inner world once the breath has guided the body back into safety. The mind grows softer, the heart grows calmer, and sleep begins to feel close. But Marcus Aurelius understood that even with the breath steady, one mental pattern could still sabotage the night. Rumination, especially the kind born from two deceptively simple words. What if? What if I said the wrong thing? What if tomorrow goes badly? What if they misunderstand me? What if I fail? What if something goes wrong? These thoughts slip into the mind like shadows. They rarely roar. They whisper. And whispering thoughts are often more dangerous because they disguise themselves as necessary preparation. Marcus knew this trap well. He recognized that what-ifs are not planning. They are fear disguised as logic. And fear, when unchecked, grows sharper in the dark. To counter this, Marcus practiced a technique that could be called what-if diffusion, a Stoic way of disarming ruminative thinking before it hijacks the night. The technique begins with seeing the what-if thought for what it truly is. A projection, not a prophecy. A possibility, not a truth. A mental simulation, not reality. Marcus understood that these thoughts appear because the mind hates uncertainty. At night, with nothing left to do and nowhere to direct energy, the mind tries to fill the quiet by imagining threats. This is survival instinct, not wisdom. Marcus responded not with panic, not with reassurance, but with clarity. First, he separated the thought from the thinker. When a what-if arose, he reminded himself, this is a thought, not a fact. That simple recognition weakens the thought immediately. Rumination feeds on belief. When you see a thought as an event rather than a truth, it begins to dissolve. Next, Marcus examined the thought through rational distance. Stoics loved distance, not avoidance, but perspective. He asked himself, is this something happening now, or something my mind is inventing? Rumination collapses when confronted with the present moment. The present rarely contains the crisis the mind is imagining. Then came the key step: neutral acknowledgement. Marcus didn't argue with the what-if. He didn't try to disprove it. He didn't try to reassure himself with perfect outcomes. Instead, he accepted the possibility without fear. Yes, that could happen, and if it does, I will deal with it then. This is the heart of what-if diffusion. You remove the fear from possibility by accepting the possibility. Rumination thrives on resistance. When you stop resisting the thought, it cannot escalate. When you stop trying to control the future, the mind stops spinning. When you accept uncertainty, the nervous system calms. Marcus believed that the mind sleeps best when it is not wrestling the future. By agreeing with the what-if, even in a neutral way, the emotional charge disappears. The thought becomes ordinary. It loses its teeth. It becomes just another idea drifting across the mind's sky. He also reminded himself of a deeper Stoic truth. The fear of an event is always worse than the event itself. The mind magnifies shadows. The body can handle reality. With this understanding, he let the thought pass like a cloud, not suppressed, not solved, simply allowed to move on without attachment. What if diffusion also trains the mind to tolerate uncertainty? This tolerance is essential for rest. Most nighttime anxiety is rooted not in danger, but in the discomfort of not knowing. Marcus strengthened himself by repeating a simple mindset: what will come, and I will meet it with the strength I have in that moment. This releases the mind from rehearsing scenarios that may never occur. Another subtle layer to Marcus's technique was returning attention to the body after diffusing the thought. He anchored himself in breath, in presence, in sensation. Rumination lives in the mind. Grounding lives in the body. When you shift from thought to sensation, rumination loses its fuel. He also recognized that what-ifs reflect unmet emotional needs: fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of loss, fear of inadequacy. Instead of trying to eliminate the fear, Marcus offered the inner self reassurance through reason. You have survived everything so far. You will survive tomorrow too. This wasn't blind optimism. It was factual clarity. Survival is evidence. Rumination dissolves when the mind stops treating itself like a fragile thing. Finally, the Stoics believed that rumination thrives on imagination but dies in acceptance. Marcus allowed the night to be uncertain. He allowed tomorrow to be unknown. He allowed life to unfold without his constant mental supervision. And with this surrender, the what-ifs faded. The mind stopped spinning. The inner world settled into calm. This is the power of what-if diffusion. You defang the thought. You refuse to wrestle with imagination. You accept the unknown. And in that acceptance, the night becomes quiet. Sleep rises not because the future is solved, but because the mind no longer needs to solve it. A deeper softness fills the inner world once the what-ifs have been diffused and the mind no longer wrestles with imaginary futures. The nervous system quiets. The breath evens out. The heart begins to trust the night again. But Marcus Aurelius practiced something even more profound as he drifted towards sleep, a practice that fused acceptance, surrender, and resilience into a single state of being. He called it amor fati, the love of one's fate. And at night, he practiced a gentler, more intimate form of it, nocturnal amor fati. This wasn't the dramatic love of destiny people often imagine. It was not the Stoic standing proudly in the storm, embracing hardship with heroic bravado. No, nighttime makes us softer, more vulnerable, more honest. And Marcus understood this. His nighttime amor fati was quiet, tender, almost whispered, a willingness to embrace the day exactly as it unfolded, even the parts he wished had gone differently. Nocturnal amor fati is not celebrating difficulty. It is releasing resistance to it. Marcus believed that suffering often deepens at night, not because of what happened, but because of how tightly the mind tries to rewrite what happened. The mind says, "It should not have been this way. They should not have said that. I should not have made that mistake." This resistance creates tension in the body and friction in the heart. Tension and friction keep sleep away. Amor fati melts this tension. Marcus practiced loving the day as it was, not as he wanted it to be. He embraced every moment as necessary, meaningful, instructive. He viewed the day like a page in a larger story, sometimes beautiful, sometimes painful, but always essential. He trained his heart to say, "This day was mine, and I accept it fully." This acceptance is not resignation, it is liberation. When you accept that the day unfolded exactly the way it needed to unfold for your growth, your insight, your awakening, your strength, your body lets go. The heart stops arguing with reality. The mind stops resisting the truth. And in the absence of resistance, peace grows. Nocturnal amor fati also dissolves regret. Regret is the mind's attempt to overturn fate. It tries to rewrite the day. Marcus refused to fight the unchangeable. Instead, he softened into it. He believed that everything that happened was part of a larger shaping, a sculpting of the self. Even mistakes were not failures. They were chisels refining his character. When he saw the day this way, regret lost its bite. With amor fati, the soul no longer braces against the memory of what went wrong. It opens to the possibility that what felt wrong may still lead to something right. This mindset also neutralizes fear of tomorrow. If today was for learning, tomorrow will be for applying. If today was for stumbling, tomorrow will be for balancing. If today brought difficulty, tomorrow may bring clarity. When you fall in love with the unfolding of life, not just the pleasant parts, but all of it, fear transforms into courage. Nocturnal amor fati teaches emotional flexibility. When you stop fighting reality, you stop suffering twice, once from experience and once from resistance. The Stoics believed that resistance is often worse than the event itself. Amor fati removes the second suffering. It quiets the emotional echo. Marcus also used this practice to dissolve bitterness. Life rarely matches expectations. People rarely behave as we want. Circumstances rarely unfold in straight lines. But bitterness comes from the belief that life owed us something different. Amor fati removes this belief entirely. Life owes nothing, and yet it gives constantly lessons, opportunities, moments of beauty, tests of strength. When you see everything as material for growth, nothing becomes wasted. This is why Amor fati is a sleep practice. It frees the heart from every leftover emotional knot. Love the day, even the parts that challenged you. Love the timing, even when it felt unfair. Love the progress, even when it felt slow. Love the humanity in your mistakes, even when they hurt. Love the lessons in discomfort, even when you didn't ask for them. In this love, the heart becomes light enough for rest. Nocturnal amor fati is not blind optimism. It is not pretending everything was wonderful. It is acknowledging reality without resentment. It is looking at the day and saying, nothing needed to be different for me to grow. This shifts the entire emotional landscape. The nervous system relaxes, the breath deepens, the mind stops negotiating with the past, the body stops waiting for resolution. Sleep arrives because there is nothing left to fight. Marcus fell asleep each night not as a man resisting his fate, but as a man embracing it. His acceptance was not passive, it was powerful. It made him resilient, it made him calm, it made him unshakable. And when you practice nocturnal amor fati, the night becomes a sanctuary. Your day becomes your teacher. Your past becomes your ally. Your heart becomes your refuge. Sleep becomes more than rest. It becomes surrender in the best possible way. A surrender into the truth that everything, even the uncomfortable parts, is part of your path. A surrender into peace that cannot be broken by disappointment. A surrender into life as it is, not as you demand it to be. And when you love your fate, even softly, even quietly, the night loves you back, with deep, undisturbed, restorative sleep. A deeper surrender begins to form once you soften into nocturnal amor fati. The day no longer weighs on you. The past no longer grips you. But Marcus Aurelius had one more nighttime discipline, one so simple, yet so counter to modern life, that most people ignore its transformative power. He practiced cognitive poverty at night, the deliberate choice to think less, need less, and mentally carry less. Cognitive poverty is not emptiness. It is intentional mental minimalism, a stripping away of unnecessary thought, a refusal to feed the mind more than it can healthily hold. Marcus understood that most of the mind's nighttime suffering comes from excess. Excess thinking, excess planning, excess emotional processing, excess analyzing. The mind becomes bloated, overstimulated, weighed down by its own activity. At night he practiced the opposite. He simplified, he emptied, he reduced. Cognitive poverty is the art of letting the mind grow quiet by refusing to give it more material to chew on. It is stepping away from ideas, decisions, judgments, predictions, and internal conversations. It is giving the mind a break from itself. Marcus believed the mind needs darkness in the same way the eyes do, not just absence of light, but absence of stimulation. He knew that mental silence doesn't happen naturally unless you create conditions for it. At night, he allowed himself to become mentally poor, stripped of thought-based wealth, thought-based noise, thought-based weight. This practice begins with recognizing how much the mind carries unnecessarily. Thoughts about tasks you cannot act on now. Thoughts about problems you cannot solve now. thoughts about conversations that are already finished, thoughts about fears that are not happening now. Most of them only clutter the night. Marcus refused to let his mind hoard these thoughts like a collector storing broken objects. He let them fall away. Cognitive poverty starts with choosing not to think unless thinking serves rest. If the thought creates tension, it is discarded. If the thought solves nothing, it is released. If the thought belongs to tomorrow, it is postponed. If the thought belongs to the past, it is closed. This is not suppression, it is discernment. The same way a wise person chooses which possessions to keep, a wise mind chooses which thoughts to hold. Marcus aimed to enter the night carrying as little mental weight as possible. He knew that a crowded mind produces shallow sleep, but a simple mind produces deep rest. So he practiced scaling down his internal world until only the essentials remained. Cognitive poverty also involves stepping out of the role of problem solver. The mind loves to solve. It wants solutions for everything: conversations, feelings, uncertainties, futures, fears. But night is not a time for solving. Night is a time for dissolving. Marcus reminded himself that clarity belongs to the morning. The tired mind does not solve. It distorts. It magnifies. It dramatizes. So he chose the wiser path. He stopped. He withdrew from the habit of fixing. He allowed the mind to be simple. He treated night as a sanctuary, not a workspace. This practice also frees you from the pressure to be productive. Modern culture worships mental activity, thinking, planning, strategizing, optimizing. But Marcus saw mental quiet as essential self-care. He believed that the mind must be poor before it can be rich again. Stillness before clarity, silence before insight, empty space before wisdom. When the mind is simplified, the nervous system follows. The breath slows, the chest softens, the muscles release. Cognitive poverty lowers the body's vigilance because the mind is no longer signaling danger, urgency, or responsibility. The entire inner world relaxes into a state that invites sleep. This practice also protects the mind from over-identifying with thoughts. When you hold thoughts loosely, you begin to see that many do not belong to you at all. They are echoes of stress, habits inherited from childhood, or remnants of emotional exhaustion. Marcus learned to treat these stray thoughts as noise rather than truth. Cognitive poverty strengthens this perspective. By reducing mental content, he could hear the deeper voice beneath the chatter, the calm, wise self that is always present but rarely heard. This inner voice doesn't shout. It only surfaces when the mental clutter is removed. The night becomes a space where the truest part of you has room to breathe. Another layer of cognitive poverty is refusing to rehearse identity. Marcus knew that the ego loves nighttime performance, replaying roles, imagining future interactions, narrating stories of who you are and who you should be. But identity is heavy, too heavy to carry into sleep. In cognitive poverty, you strip all that away. You let yourself be nobody for a little while, just a presence, just a breath, just a human being lying in darkness. This simplicity is what the soul longs for. And here is the quiet magic of this Stoic practice. The less you think, the more deeply you sleep. The more deeply you sleep, the clearer your thinking becomes tomorrow. By emptying the mind at night, you sharpen it for the day. Marcus believed that clarity is born from spaciousness, not from overthinking. Cognitive poverty is a discipline of trust. You trust that you don't need to carry everything. You trust that life can wait until morning. You trust that the mind can let go without losing control. You trust that peace comes from less, not more. And when you practice this nightly, the mind begins to understand the rhythm of rest. It stops fighting the night. It begins to enjoy the emptiness. Sleep becomes more than a physiological need. It becomes a mental reprieve, a psychological cleansing, a return to innocence. In cognitive poverty, you meet the night unburdened, and the night meets you with its deepest kind of peace. A deeper spaciousness fills the inner world once cognitive poverty takes hold. The mind becomes lighter, the heart becomes calmer, and the body feels ready to surrender to sleep. But Marcus Aurelius had another nightly discipline, one that lifted him out of the confined perspective of daily life and placed him back into the vastness of existence. It was the practice of viewing his life from above. The Stoics called it the view from above, and Marcus used it as a final mental reset before sleep. Not as an escape, but as a reorientation, a widening of awareness, a zooming out from the tight, narrow lens of the day into the broader truth of existence. When the mind becomes too close to its own concerns, everything feels heavy. When you rise above your life, even mentally, the weight dissolves. Viewing your life from above is the art of mentally stepping outside yourself and looking at your day as if from a great height, not to diminish it, but to place it in its true scale. Marcus understood that as long as you remain trapped inside the small frame of your own worries, the night feels suffocating. Thoughts crowd your vision, emotions feel oversized, problems seem absolute. But the moment you rise above them, even in imagination, your world reshapes itself. From above, the tensions of the day shrink. From above, your problems lose their sharpness. From above, your role becomes clear and limited. From above, the heart softens because it sees the truth. You are part of something vast. Marcus began by imagining himself lifted high, perhaps above his home, above the city, above the land. As he floated upward in his mind, the boundaries of his worries began to blur. The argument he had earlier became just one tiny interaction in a massive world. The stress of his responsibilities became just a moment in an endless stream of time. The imperfections of his day became natural, insignificant ripples rather than defining events. This was not detachment in the sense of coldness, it was clarity. When you see from above, you do not disconnect from life. You reconnect to perspective. You see your humanity without distortion. You see your life without magnification. This practice also dissolves the ego. From above, no one is the center. Every human becomes small in scale, yet precious in their shared fragility. Marcus saw this as liberating. The pressure to be perfect evaporates. The fear of judgment fades. The weight of expectations lightens. You remember that you are simply one soul among millions, doing your best in the complex experience of being human. The view from above also shrinks fear. Most fears grow large because you look at them from within. When you rise above them, they lose their power. The mind understands that what feels monumental tonight is only a speck when placed within the vastness of existence. And this shift creates profound peace. Marcus also used this practice to cultivate compassion. When you see people from above, their mistakes appear in context. Their unkindness comes from their suffering. Their harshness comes from their stress. Their flaws come from their humanity. Compassion grows naturally when you see everyone, including yourself, as part of the same fragile tapestry. Compassion softens the emotional edges of the day. Softened edges invite sleep. Sharpened ones repel it. The view from above also dismantles perfectionism. When you see yourself as part of a vast universe, the pressure to get everything right fades. The night becomes less a review of what went wrong and more an acceptance of your place in the world. From above, your accomplishments appear modest, but so do your mistakes. This balance frees the heart from self-criticism and frees the mind from excessive analysis. You stop holding your day under a microscope. You start seeing it as part of a larger pattern of growth. Marcus also used this view to dissolve urgency. Life feels less frantic when seen from a higher perspective. You realize most deadlines, pressures, and worries lose meaning when viewed through the lens of eternity. This doesn't make you careless. It makes you calm. Calm people think clearly. Calm people sleep deeply. Viewing life from above also gives the nervous system permission to release vigilance. When you mentally rise above your problems, the body receives a message. We are safe. Nothing is chasing us. This message is crucial for sleep. Vigilance keeps you awake. Perspective quiets vigilance. Another powerful aspect of this practice is humility. Not a self-belittling humility, but a grounded one. A humility that remembers you are not expected to carry the universe. You are not responsible for controlling everything. You are only asked to move wisely through your small portion of existence. This truth brings relief. Relief softens the body into rest. Marcus ended this meditation by gently returning to himself, now with expanded awareness. He did not shrink back into stress. He carried the perspective with him. When he lay down to sleep, his concerns felt lighter. His emotions felt softer. His mind felt open. And his heart felt peaceful. The view from above is not a fantasy. It is a correction. The correction of distorted importance, the correction of emotional magnification, the correction of narrow perception. It reminds you that you are both small and meaningful, that your problems matter and yet are survivable, that your life is important and yet does not need to be perfect. And with this balanced vision, sleep comes easily, because nothing inside you is inflated, nothing is gripping, nothing is pressing against your heart. You descend into sleep the way Marcus Aurelius did, as someone who sees clearly, accepts gently, and rests deeply. A deeper clarity emerges once you've viewed your life from above. Perspective widens, the heart loosens, the mind remembers its true scale. Yet Marcus Aurelius knew that even with perspective restored, there is one more barrier that often blocks the doorway to sleep, a subtle hardness within the self, a tightness, a rigidity, a quiet strain, the pressure to hold everything together, to stay strong, to stay composed, to stay in control. This inner hardness keeps the mind tense long after the day has ended. And so Marcus practiced something gentle, tender, and profoundly healing, the Stoic softening of the self. Stoicism is often misunderstood as emotional toughness, as unbreakable composure. But Marcus reveals its truest form, softness rooted in strength. Not fragility, flexibility, not collapse, release, not weakness, the courage to unclench. Stoic softening is the art of allowing yourself to stop bracing against life. Throughout the day, you harden yourself in small ways. You tighten your jaw to hold back frustration. You stiffen your spine to push through exhaustion. You clench your chest to hide disappointment. You grip your thoughts tightly to stay focused. You control your tone to stay calm. You guard your heart to avoid vulnerability. This hardness is useful in daylight. It protects, supports, and motivates. but it is toxic in the night. Marcus understood that nighttime requires a different version of you. The day demands strength, the night demands softness. Sleep is a surrender, and surrender requires letting go of the armor you wore to survive the day. The Stoic softening of the self begins with noticing where you are still holding tension: the forehead, the jaw, the shoulders, the chest, the stomach. Marcus believed the body tells the truth the mind tries to ignore. Physical tightness is emotional tightness wearing a disguise. As he lay down, he would release these points, not mechanically, but intentionally. Each release was an act of permission. You do not need to hold anymore. Softening is not the same as relaxing. Relaxation is physical. Softening is emotional, mental, and spiritual. It is the act of loosening your grip on yourself. Marcus softened his expectations of himself. He allowed himself to be imperfect. He allowed himself to be tired. He allowed himself to be human. He allowed himself to have limits. So much suffering comes from the refusal to accept one's own limits. But limits are natural. They do not diminish you. They define your humanity. The Stoics viewed softness as wisdom. A tree that refuses to bend breaks in the storm. A mind that refuses to soften breaks in the night. Softening allows you to withstand life without shattering under pressure. Marcus softened his self-judgment. Instead of pushing himself for more productivity, more composure, more strength, he allowed the day to be enough. He believed that self-criticism at night is like kicking a tired horse. It adds injury to exhaustion. Softening means choosing gentleness where harshness once lived. He softened his emotional grip. Sometimes feelings linger long after events have passed. Annoyance, embarrassment, sadness, tension. Marcus did not wrestle these emotions. He softened around them. He let them be without tightening. This is how emotions pass naturally. Hardness traps them. Softness frees them. He softened his identity. Throughout the day he was an emperor, a leader, a philosopher, a decision-maker. At night he became simply a man. A breathing, feeling, vulnerable human being. Identity is heavy. It carries responsibility. The night is a place where identity dissolves and the self returns to its simplest form. Marcus allowed this dissolution, this softening of role, this release of duty. Softening the self also means releasing the need to resist discomfort. Hardness tries to push discomfort away. Softness allows it to pass through. Marcus welcomed even unpleasant emotions with openness, trusting that nothing stays forever. This trust created an inner gentleness that made sleep possible. This practice is subtle but transformative. Hardness says, endure. Softness says, heal. Hardness says, push. Softness says, rest. Hardness says, be strong. Softness says, let go. Both are necessary, but not at the same time. At night, softening becomes a sacred ritual. The soul slowly uncoils, the breath deepens, the mind stops performing, the heart stops defending, the body stops bracing. Everything inside you returns to its original openness. Marcus believed that real strength is the ability to soften without falling apart, to allow vulnerability without fear, to meet yourself with tenderness after a day of pressure. This softening has a physiological effect as well. When you stop holding tension, the nervous system shifts into calm, muscles release, breathing becomes smooth, heart rate lowers. The body interprets softness as safety. Safety is the gateway to sleep. Through this gentle surrender, you transition from the version of yourself who endured the day to the version of yourself who deserves rest. A softer self, a truer self, a kinder self. By the time Marcus closed his eyes, he had softened every inner edge. He entered sleep without sharpness, without pressure, without a single piece of hardened self clinging to his consciousness. The Stoic softening of the self is not weakness. It is the highest form of wisdom. It is the recognition that you do not need to fight the night. You do not need to fight yourself. You do not need to fight what has already happened. You are allowed to rest. And when you soften, the night receives you fully, gently, deeply, peacefully. A deeper gentleness fills the inner world once the self has softened. The tension of identity loosens, the emotional armor falls away. Yet even with this softness, Marcus Aurelius understood that the final barrier to deep rest often comes from within, not from the world, not from other people, but from the quiet conflicts that linger inside the mind. Conflicts between what you wanted and what happened, between what you felt and what you believed you should feel, between who you were today and who you hoped to be. These inner fractures create invisible friction, and friction is the enemy of sleep. To ease this, Marcus practiced something subtle and powerful, resolving internal conflict before the night took him. The emperor's method did not involve forcing a resolution or demanding emotional precision. It was the practice of bringing the opposing parts of himself into dialogue, gently, honestly, without judgment. He understood that conflict inside the mind is like two tightly held ropes pulling in opposite directions. Sleep cannot come until the ropes loosen. Internal conflict often arises from contradiction. You want rest, but you also want to think. You want forgiveness, but you also want justice. You want peace, but you also crave resolution. You want to let go, but you also long to hold on. You want to be calm, but you also feel the sting of the day. Marcus did not suppress these contradictions. He met them. He began with acknowledgement. Internal conflict grows stronger when ignored. The mind resists what it refuses to see. Marcus reviewed his inner tension the way one might review tangled threads, not to judge the knots, but to understand their structure. Understanding dissolves conflict more powerfully than force. He also understood that many internal battles arise from competing truths. Part of you wants to be strong, part of you wants to collapse, part of you wants to forgive, part of you wants to hold on to anger, part of you wants to move forward, part of you wants to stay still. These truths can coexist. Marcus didn't demand that one part dominate the other. He allowed both parts to exist without fighting. When the inner world is allowed to be complex, it stops tearing itself apart. This method softens internal contradictions by giving each part of the self space. He treated every emotion as a voice at the table, none more important than another. The moment all voices were acknowledged, the conflict lost its urgency. It no longer demanded resolution, it simply dissolved through recognition. This is the paradox most people miss. Internal conflict is not resolved by choosing a side. It is resolved by making room for both sides to breathe. Marcus approached his internal tensions with the same rational compassion he used with others. He asked himself, what is this part of me trying to protect? What is this fear trying to warn me of? What is this anger trying to defend? What is this sadness trying to express? Every emotion carries a message. Internal conflict happens when messages are ignored. Marcus listened. He also reminded himself that many conflicts arise not from truth, but from expectation. The self you expected to be today clashed with the self you actually were. This is where disappointment grows. Marcus released the expectation and accepted the reality. Reality is peaceful. Expectation is turbulent. Internal conflict also forms when the mind clings to old narratives. I must be perfect. I should have done more. I can't fail. Marcus identified these narratives and questioned them gently, not to argue, but to loosen their grip. He replaced rigid beliefs with flexible ones. Flexibility ends conflict. Rigidity intensifies it. He practiced a simple mantra at night: no part of me is my enemy. This single truth changes the entire inner world. Internal conflict is fueled by self-rejection. When you stop rejecting parts of yourself, your fear, your tiredness, your disappointment, your uncertainty, it becomes impossible for those parts to attack each other. Acceptance quiets the battlefield. Marcus also applied perspective. Many inner conflicts shrink when placed against the scale of a lifetime. What feels urgent now often becomes irrelevant when viewed with distance. He mentally zoomed out until the conflict shrank enough to lose its emotional charge. And when the charge faded, so did the conflict. Another key step in his method was choosing closure over perfection. Many people stay awake trying to resolve their emotions completely. Marcus knew this was unrealistic. Emotions are not machines. They do not shut down on command, but they do soften when given space and understanding. Closure doesn't mean solving everything. It means allowing the day to end, even if the story isn't complete. This is how internal conflict settles. Not by perfect resolution, but by gentle acceptance. By the time Marcus lay down, his inner world was no longer divided against itself. The parts of him that feared, the parts that hoped, the parts that regretted, the parts that longed, they were no longer in opposition. They were simply present, allowed, and understood. This unity created the inner silence necessary for sleep. Internal conflict is noise. Unity is quiet. Marcus crafted unity through compassion, perspective, and softening, not force. When you practice the Emperor's method, you end the day without internal battle lines. You become a single, whole self again, coherent, grounded, and at peace. And in that wholeness, the night finally opens. Sleep comes not as an escape, but as a natural release. The quiet rest of a mind no longer at war with itself. A deeper harmony forms once your internal conflicts have been softened into unity. The mind no longer pulls in opposite directions. The heart no longer feels torn. The inner world becomes whole again. But Marcus Aurelius understood that even when unity is restored, something subtle can still drain the soul, something that creeps in quietly through responsibilities, expectations, obligations, routines, and the demands of daily life. That something is the loss of inner freedom. Most people don't realize how much freedom they give away throughout the day. You bend yourself to please others. You adjust your tone to avoid conflict. You silence your needs to keep the peace. You push past fatigue to appear strong. You follow routines without questioning them. You carry roles that weigh more than you admit. These acts are not wrong. They are often necessary. But they slowly tighten around the spirit like a rope. Marcus knew that if you don't loosen that rope before sleep, you lie down feeling constrained, boxed in, burdened by invisible chains. And chains, even psychological ones, keep the nervous system alert. The body cannot fully rest when the soul feels trapped. So at night, Marcus practiced the nightly renewal of inner freedom, a ritual of reclaiming himself, a return to his inner autonomy, a gentle but powerful release of everything that tried to own him during the day. This practice begins with letting go of roles. You stop being the worker, the parent, the partner, the problem solver, the decision maker, the one who holds everything together. You put down the identity you wore, even the noble ones. At night, Marcus reminded himself, I am not the emperor right now. I am simply a man. This was not escapism, it was the restoration of truth. The truest self comes alive only when external roles fall away. The truest self is the one beneath all obligation. Nightly renewal asks a simple question. Who am I without anything asked of me? The answer is quiet, grounded, human, free. Marcus then released mental obedience. The mind spends all day following commands. Meet this standard, fix this issue, anticipate this problem, remember this task. At night, he broke the cycle. He allowed the mind to stop obeying. He let it wander into softness. He let it breathe without direction. He let it exist without answering to anything. This is one of the deepest forms of freedom, mental unbinding. He also released emotional obligations, the pressure to be patient, the pressure to be strong, the pressure to be composed, the pressure to be compassionate, the pressure to be inspiring. Stoicism is misunderstood as constant self-control. Marcus knew better. True Stoicism is choosing when to carry responsibility and when to set it down. Sleep requires emotional rest, not emotional performance. Nightly renewal also involves releasing the subtle feeling of being watched. Throughout the day, you behave under the eyes of others, real or imagined. The mind performs, the ego guards, the heart protects itself. At night, Marcus let every imagined audience fade. No expectations, no scrutiny, no one to impress, no one to disappoint, only freedom. Another layer of this freedom is letting go of self-monitoring. The inner critic, the perfectionist, the evaluator. These psychological characters must also be dismissed for the night. They have worked long enough. The mind must be allowed to exist without constant assessment. Marcus gently told himself, you are free to be unfinished, free to be imperfect, free to be tired. This is liberation of the soul. Nightly renewal also means reclaiming the right to feel. Throughout the day, you suppress emotions to stay functional. At night, Marcus allowed them to exist without judgment, not to overthink them, but to let them be. Freedom means allowing your own humanity. He also reclaimed time. Time during the day belongs to others, meetings, duties, conversations, tasks, but nighttime belongs to you. Marcus honored this sacred window. He treated sleep preparation as a personal ceremony, a sanctuary where no outside demands could intrude. This practice restored sovereignty, the sovereignty of your attention, the sovereignty of your emotions, the sovereignty of your identity, the sovereignty of your inner world. Freedom is not rebellion, it is permission. Permission to stop carrying everything, permission to stop being everything, permission to exist without effort. And when the soul feels permitted, the body rests. Marcus ended each night with this inner statement: nothing owns me. Not fear, not duty, not regret, not expectation, not worry, not memory, not the future. This is the core of inner freedom, the reclaiming of agency over your inner world. When you lie down with this mindset, something profound happens. Your breath loosens, your muscles unclench, your mind stops gripping the day, your heart stops negotiating with itself. You enter sleep not as a servant of your responsibilities, but as the sovereign of your inner life. Nightly renewal of inner freedom returns you to yourself. It frees the spirit from the burdens of the day. It restores the quiet dignity of being fully human, unbound and unpressured. And when you sleep from that place, sleep is no longer just rest, it is liberation. A resetting of the deepest layers of your being, a return to the core of who you are without the world pulling at you. Marcus Aurelius slept with a free soul, and when you renew your inner freedom each night, the night becomes spacious, peaceful, and deeply restorative. You rest not because the world quieted, but because you reclaim the quiet within. A deeper liberation fills your inner world once you reclaim your inner freedom. The roles slip off, the expectations dissolve, the spirit settles into itself again. Yet Marcus Aurelius understood that the night is not only for release, it is also for quiet preparation, not planning in the anxious sense, not rehearsing outcomes or controlling the future, but preparing the self for tomorrow's challenges in a way that strengthens the soul without disturbing the mind. He called this practice a kind of imaginal rehearsal for virtue, a gentle envisioning of the person you intend to be, not the events you hope will happen. Most people rehearse fear. Marcus rehearsed virtue. This rehearsal is subtle. It does not create tension. It does not provoke worry. It does not force the mind into problem-solving mode. Instead, it guides the heart toward its best qualities, so that tomorrow does not catch you unprepared emotionally. He knew the world would test him again, through people, through circumstances, through his own mind. And so he met those tests ahead of time, not with dread, but with readiness. The key to Stoic imaginal rehearsal is focusing on who you will be, not what will happen. The Stoic never says, tomorrow must go smoothly. They say, tomorrow I will meet whatever comes with steadiness. Instead of, what if someone is rude to me? Marcus rehearsed, if rudeness comes, I will remain calm. Instead of, what if plans fall apart? He rehearsed, if change arrives, I will adapt with grace. Instead of, what if I feel overwhelmed? He rehearsed, if overwhelm rises, I will breathe and return to clarity. This rehearsal does not create pressure, it creates resilience. It does not script outcomes, it scripts character. It does not predict the day, it prepares the soul. Marcus understood that the greatest source of stress is not the world, but the gap between your values and your reactions. When you mentally align your reactions with the virtues you admire, patience, humility, courage, compassion, your nervous system relaxes. The mind becomes confident in its own capacity. Anxiety dissolves. This practice begins with stillness, a quiet moment where you name the kind of person you want to be tomorrow, not in grand terms, not with dramatic vows, just simple human truth. I want to be patient. I want to be honest. I want to be calm. I want to be thoughtful. I want to respond instead of react. I want to keep my heart open. These intentions soften the mind rather than activate it. The next layer of imaginal rehearsal is exposure. Marcus would gently picture difficult scenarios, not to frighten himself, but to normalize them, like strengthening immunity through small doses of discomfort. He would think, someone tomorrow may be impatient. That's okay. I will meet them with understanding. Tomorrow may bring confusion. I will slow down and find my way. Someone may disappoint me. I will choose compassion over resentment. I may disappoint myself. I will choose self-kindness instead of self-punishment.
Each scenario was met not with fear, but with virtue. This neutralizes the emotional charge.
Your mind relaxes when it knows you have a response ready. Not a plan, a response. Virtue becomes your anchor. This rehearsal also protects you from overreactivity. Many sleepless nights are caused by fear of losing control tomorrow, fear of anger, fear of failure, fear of weakness. But when you envision yourself acting from virtue, you build confidence in your emotional resilience. You stop fearing your own reactions. Marcus rehearsed not perfection, but intention. He didn't try to sculpt the entire day. He sculpted himself. Another powerful effect of this practice is that it strengthens self-trust. When you mentally prepare to act wisely, you begin to see yourself as capable. The mind relaxes because it trusts the self it is becoming. And trust is one of the deepest forms of peace. Imaginal virtue rehearsal also trains your subconscious. The mind carries your night reflections into the next day. When the morning comes, your default reactions become softer, wiser, steadier, because you rehearsed them gently the night before. This is not manifestation. This is mental conditioning, not wishful thinking, purposeful thinking. You rehearse the person you want to be, and the nervous system learns the pattern. This practice also dissolves fear of uncertainty. Uncertainty becomes less threatening when you know you can meet it wisely. Life becomes less intimidating when your character is strong. Tomorrow becomes less overwhelming when you trust your inner tools more than external circumstances. And all of this happens without activating anxiety, because you are not rehearsing outcomes. You are rehearsing virtue. Virtue does not create tension. It creates stability. Marcus ended this rehearsal with a gentle affirmation, something like, "Whatever tomorrow brings, it will meet a steady soul." Not a perfect soul, a steady one. A soul prepared to respond with wisdom instead of fear. A soul aligned with virtue. A soul ready to meet life honestly and calmly. When this rehearsal is complete, the mind feels finished. Prepared, grounded, unburdened. The heart feels confident. The body feels safe. And sleep arrives, not as escape, but as a quiet step into tomorrow's strength. A deeper steadiness settles over your being once you finish rehearsing tomorrow's virtue. The mind feels prepared. The heart feels steady. But Marcus Aurelius understood that even with preparation, humans carry a final obstacle into the night: ownership over emotions. People cling to their feelings as if they define them. They hold on to anger, sadness, pride or hurt, as if these emotions belong to them, as if they must be preserved, justified, defended. But the Stoics knew a liberating truth. You do not own your emotions, you experience them. This difference changes everything. Emotional non-possession is the practice of experiencing feelings without claiming them, allowing emotions to exist without making them part of your identity. This practice is subtle, but it unknots the mind in ways few techniques can. Throughout the day, emotions rise and fall like weather. But the moment you claim an emotion, my anger, my worry, my shame, you freeze it in place. The emotion becomes a possession, something to defend, something to justify, something to wrestle with. And possessions create attachment, and attachment creates suffering. Marcus Aurelius refused to be owned by what he felt. He reminded himself nightly, "This emotion is not me. This emotion is moving through me." This simple shift softens the inner world instantly. The practice of emotional non-possession begins with detachment from labels. Instead of saying, "I am anxious," the Stoic says, "There is anxiety here." Instead of, "I am angry," they say, "Anger is passing through." Instead of, "I am sad," they say, "Sadness is present." This shift pulls the emotion out of your identity and places it into your awareness. When emotion becomes an event rather than a definition, it becomes easier to release. Marcus understood that emotions only persist when clung to. Feelings that are allowed flow. Feelings that are owned get stuck. Nighttime demands flow. Sleep cannot coexist with emotional grip. The next layer of emotional non-possession is refusing to assign meaning to the emotion. Humans often interpret emotions as signals about their worth, their future, or their identity. Marcus broke this link. He saw emotions as physiological responses shaped by hormones, fatigue, environment, memory, and habit, not as reflections of truth.
He reminded himself, a feeling is not a verdict. This freed him from unnecessary suffering. The emotion lost its authority. The night lost its noise.
Marcus also understood that emotional non-possession reduces shame. When you no longer identify with the emotion, you no longer feel guilty for having it. You don't shame yourself for being upset, impatient, or fearful. You simply notice. This dissolves the inner criticism that often keeps people awake. Another powerful aspect of this practice is releasing the need to fix emotions. Ownership creates urgency. This is my sadness. I must understand it. This is my anger. I must justify it. This is my fear. I must eliminate it.
Non-possession whispers, you don't need to do anything. Let it move through.
This is emotional aikido, using the momentum of the feeling rather than fighting it. The Stoic does not resist emotion. The Stoic allows emotion to complete its natural cycle. The more gently you allow emotions to move, the faster they release. Marcus also recognized that clinging to emotions is often a way of holding onto the story beneath them. But stories do not need to follow you into the night. Emotional non-possession detaches you from narrative. The moment you stop identifying with the emotion, the story loses its grip. The ego loses its script. Sleep becomes easier because nothing in you is trying to continue the day. This practice also deepens humility. When you see emotions as passing weather, you stop believing you should always feel strong, calm, or wise. You allow yourself to feel without judgment. Humility softens the heart, and a soft heart sleeps easily. Emotional non-possession also quiets the nervous system. When you cling to an emotion, the body interprets it as danger. The breath tightens, muscles tense, the heart races. But when you treat emotions as temporary experiences, not possessions, the body relaxes. The nervous system stops bracing. Safety returns. Marcus ended each night by mentally releasing emotions the way one might let sand fall from their hands. What I felt today is not mine to carry. What passed through me today is allowed to leave. What touched me today does not belong to me. He didn't push emotions away. He unowned them. He returned himself to the natural state beneath emotion, a quiet, open awareness untouched by the day's storms. That awareness is the core of Stoic peace. It is where the self rests. When you release emotional ownership, you reclaim inner space. You allow silence to enter. You allow sleep to find you. Because deep rest does not require having no emotions, It requires not gripping them.
The night becomes gentle once more.
The mind becomes open. The heart becomes unburdened. You sleep not because everything is resolved, but because nothing inside you is being held too tightly. This is the essence of emotional non-possession, a freedom born from allowing yourself to feel without becoming what you feel, a liberation that invites the deepest, most restorative sleep. And when you practice this nightly, you wake with a lighter soul, uncluttered, unburdened, and beautifully free. A deeper freedom settles into your being once you stop possessing your emotions. They flow instead of cling. They move instead of harden. But Marcus Aurelius recognized that even when emotions are released, the mind can still retain one final layer of sharpness, its ability to weaponize itself against you. Harsh thoughts, self-criticism, catastrophic predictions, harsh interpretations of other people's actions, memories sharpened into weapons. The human mind, when tired, becomes a forge, and the thoughts it creates can cut deeper than anything happening in the outside world.
Marcus understood this intimately. He knew the mind can injure itself through judgment, exaggeration, negativity, and fear. So, as night approached, he practiced something essential: mental de-weaponization.
This practice is the gentle disarming of your own thoughts so that nothing inside you can hurt you while you sleep. Mental de-weaponization does not silence the mind, it softens it. It does not erase thoughts, it dulls their edges. It does not fight the mind, it teaches it not to fight you. It begins with recognizing the mind's tendency to sharpen everything when exhausted. A single criticism from earlier suddenly feels like an attack. A small mistake becomes a personal flaw. An uncertain future becomes a threat. The tired mind exaggerates because the tired mind seeks protection.
Marcus never treated this mental intensity as truth. He treated it as fatigue.
He understood that the mind at night is not wise, it is wounded.
Mental de-weaponization begins with this simple realization: not every thought that hurts is true.
This single realization neutralizes half their power. Marcus examined sharp thoughts the way a blacksmith inspects a blade, by checking what they were made of. Was the thought built from truth or exhaustion, from clarity or from fear, from reason or from insecurity? Most thoughts that sting at night are not forged from truth. They are forged from tiredness, stress, hunger for certainty, or misinterpretation. Once recognized, the blade begins to bend. The next step is emotional distancing. Marcus would say to himself, "This is a thought, not a verdict. This is a feeling, not a fact. This is a story my mind is telling, not reality." Each statement removes another layer of sharpness. A blunted thought can pass without piercing. He also practiced shifting tone. When a thought arose in a harsh voice, he repeated it back in a gentle one. The same sentence spoken with softness loses its sting. The mind learns that aggression is optional. Then came one of Marcus's deepest insights. A weaponized thought is rarely about the present moment. It is tied to the past, old wounds, old narratives, old fears, or tied to the future, predictions, projections, catastrophes. The present moment, in truth, is rarely sharp. Night is quiet. The body is safe. The room is still. Mental de-weaponization brings the mind back to this truth. Marcus also looked directly at thoughts that blamed him. The mind loves to turn inward at night, pointing every weapon at itself. You should have done better. You failed again. You're falling behind. You weren't good enough today. He countered these thoughts with understanding rather than argument. You were tired. You did what you could. You are learning. You are allowed to be human. Understanding disarms faster than counterattack. Harshness creates battle. Gentleness ends it. He practiced the same with thoughts about others. If his mind sharpened someone's words or actions into an insult, he softened the interpretation. Maybe they were stressed. Maybe they did not intend it. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe they are dealing with their own pain. Compassion dulls the blade. Perspective melts the edge. Clarity turns a weapon into nothing more than a passing thought. The final and most powerful part of mental de-weaponization is choosing inner safety. The commitment that, for the next several hours, nothing inside you will be used against you. No memory, no fear, no mistake, no emotion, no imagined future. Marcus ended this practice with an inner vow. For tonight, I lay my weapons down. All of them. The ones pointed at himself, the ones pointed at others, the ones pointed at the future, the ones pointed at the past. When the mind stops being a battlefield, the nervous system releases its shield. The breath softens, the heart rate lowers, the body sinks deeper, and sleep rises naturally because nothing inside you is at war. Mental de-weaponization is the peaceful disassembly of the inner arsenal. The truth that you don't need to be defended in the dark. The freedom that comes from not hurting yourself with your own thoughts. The gentle surrender into safety. When you practice this, the night becomes quiet. The mind becomes harmless. The heart becomes open. And you fall asleep not only peacefully, but safely inside yourself. A deeper safety settles inside you once the mind has been de-weaponized. The thoughts that once cut now pass like soft shapes in the dark. The inner battlefield becomes quiet. But Marcus Aurelius understood that there is still one more force that can transform the night. Not a soft emotion, not a dramatic revelation, but something quieter and far more stabilizing: gratitude. Yet Marcus did not practice the sugary, sentimental kind of gratitude that collapses under real pressure. He practiced a clear, grounded form of appreciation, free of exaggeration, free of forced positivity, free of emotional theatrics. Gratitude without sentimentality. This kind of gratitude does not require joy. It does not require a perfect day. It does not require pretending everything is wonderful. It simply requires recognition. The Stoics saw gratitude as a form of truth-telling, an honest acknowledgement of what supported you, sustained you, or taught you during the day. Not to decorate life with false sweetness, but to anchor the mind in reality. Because reality, when seen clearly, always contains reasons to be steady. Gratitude without sentimentality begins with the smallest, simplest facts. You survived the day. You had enough breath to reach this moment. Your body carried you. Your mind learned something. Your heart endured something. Life continued within you. There is nothing sentimental about these truths. They are evidence. Marcus believed that gratitude is a form of wisdom, the ability to see what remains instead of obsessing over what is missing. A tired mind fixates on lack. A grateful mind remembers resources. This practice does not deny pain. It balances it. When the day was difficult, Marcus didn't tell himself it was beautiful. He told himself, I endured. I learned. I am still here. That alone is enough to steady the soul. Stoic gratitude also acknowledges the neutral gifts of life, the structural supports we rarely notice, the food that sustained you, the roof that protected you, the body that tried its best, the people who crossed your path without harm, the opportunities that appeared, even briefly the lessons hidden in discomfort. This gratitude is factual, not emotional. It strengthens you because it is rooted in truth. Marcus also practiced gratitude for his own efforts, rarely celebrated publicly, often overlooked even by himself. He recognized the small victories, when he chose patience, when he caught his temper, when he kept going through fatigue, when he softened instead of hardened, when he paused instead of reacted. This is gratitude as self-recognition, not self-praise. A quiet acknowledgement that you showed up for your life today. Gratitude without sentimentality also removes the pressure to feel warm or inspired. You can be grateful even while tired, even while sad, even while frustrated. Gratitude is not an emotion. It is a lens, a shift of focus, a turning toward what supported you rather than what drained you. This shift changes the night. When you acknowledge what held you today, the nervous system relaxes, the heart stops gripping, the mind stops scanning for threats. Gratitude signals safety, one of the deepest cues for sleep. Marcus was also grateful for things that didn't happen, the misfortunes that passed by quietly, unnoticed. The illness he didn't catch, the conflict that didn't escalate, the mistake that wasn't catastrophic. This is not paranoia, it is realism. Life is full of invisible protections, quiet mercies, unnoticed escapes. Recognizing these stabilizes the heart. Stoic gratitude also avoids comparison. It does not say, "I should be grateful because others have less." That is guilt disguised as gratitude. Instead it says, "These are the things that supported me today, nothing more, nothing less." This kind of gratitude is sustainable. It doesn't collapse when life becomes difficult. It doesn't feel fake when emotions are heavy. It doesn't require a perfect mood to access. It is steady, simple, and honest. Marcus often ended his reflections by acknowledging one more thing: gratitude for growth. Even if the day was hard, even if mistakes were made, he recognized growth as an undeniable form of fortune. Growth means movement. Movement means life. To the Stoic, growth is one of the greatest gifts. Gratitude without sentimentality enriches the night because it creates emotional equilibrium. It brings the inner world into balance. It strengthens the heart without overwhelming it. It softens the mind without dulling it. By the time Marcus finished this quiet practice, he was not flooded with emotion. He was steady, grounded, calm. His mind was prepared to rest, not because everything was perfect, but because he could see clearly. Clarity is restful. Truth is restful. Gratitude, when practiced without sentimentality, is restful. And in this grounded recognition of what carried you today, sleep rises naturally. Not from denial, not from forced positivity, but from the quiet understanding that you are supported, sustained, and still becoming. A deeper steadiness settles into you once gratitude, clear-eyed and grounded, has softened the emotional terrain of the night. The heart becomes balanced, the mind becomes calm, and the inner world feels honest. But Marcus Aurelius practiced one more counterintuitive discipline before letting sleep take him. Something that seems dark to the modern mind, yet served as one of the most powerful tools for emotional safety: Stoic negative imagination. Not to terrify himself, not to anticipate disaster, not to conjure fear, but to inoculate the mind against it. For the Stoic, negative imagination was not pessimism. It was preparation, a strengthening, a grounding. By gently imagining what could go wrong, not in vivid detail, not obsessively but calmly, the mind became resilient. It stopped treating every possibility as a threat. It stopped bracing without reason. It learned that uncertainty is survivable. Marcus used this technique before bed to create psychological safety, the kind that allows the nervous system to drop into sleep without fear of the unknown. Most people lie awake because they fear what might happen. The Stoic sleeps because he has already met what might happen internally and found that he can endure. Negative imagination is the opposite of catastrophic thinking. Catastrophic thinking overwhelms. Stoic imagining neutralizes. The difference is intention. Catastrophe spirals. Stoic thinking steadies. Marcus began with simple acknowledgements. Tomorrow may bring difficulty. Someone may disappoint me. Plans may fall apart. Unexpected problems may arise. Not as dread, as acceptance. When you accept that life is unpredictable, unpredictability stops feeling dangerous. Fear shrinks when you stop resisting reality. Anxiety fades when you stop demanding guarantees. This gentle exposure creates emotional safety. It removes the shock factor from tomorrow. The mind no longer braces for perfection. It prepares for resilience. Marcus used negative imagination to remind himself, I can endure disappointment. I can handle inconvenience. I can respond wisely to stress. I can remain myself even in difficulty. This transforms fear into capability. It is the psychological equivalent of checking the locks, not because danger is expected, but because reassurance follows readiness. Stoic negative imagination also calms the body. When the mind acknowledges potential discomfort without collapsing into fear, the nervous system relaxes, the threat level drops, the body stops producing stress chemicals, sleep becomes accessible. This practice is especially powerful at night because the anxious mind often exaggerates threats. Darkness magnifies uncertainty. Silence amplifies fear. But Marcus refused to let the mind operate in this distorted state. He met the dark with clarity. He also understood that fear grows when unexamined. Nighttime worries often hide behind vague shapes, shadows of something might go wrong. Vague fears are the most dangerous because the mind fills blank spaces with its worst assumptions. Negative imagination shines light on the shadows. What exactly am I afraid of? And if that happened, could I endure it? The moment fear becomes specific, it loses its fog. The moment you see the actual scenario, it becomes manageable. The moment you recognize your own resilience, the scenario shrinks. Stoic negative imagination also teaches adaptability. By briefly imagining alternative outcomes, the mind becomes flexible. Flexibility is safety. Rigidity is fear. A flexible mind sleeps. A rigid mind stays alert. Marcus practiced imagining small inconveniences, delays, disagreements, disappointments, nothing extreme. The point was not to overwhelm himself, but to normalize reality. Most suffering comes not from difficulty, but from shock. When you expect nothing and accept everything, shock dissolves. This practice also increases gratitude by contrast. When you briefly imagine losing something, your health, your comfort, your peace, and then return to the present where you still have it, the heart softens. The present moment becomes richer. Worry loses its grip. Marcus used this technique sparingly. Never to frighten himself, always to steady himself. Stoic negative imagination creates a paradoxical effect. By acknowledging possible discomfort, you become more comfortable. By accepting uncertainty, you feel safer. By embracing imperfection, you feel more at ease. It is the psychological version of stepping into cold water slowly instead of plunging in, allowing the body to adjust, removing the shock, reducing the fear. By the time Marcus finished this gentle practice, he was no longer afraid of the unknown. He had already met it. He had already accepted it. He had already reminded himself he could endure it. And so the night no longer felt threatening. Sleep no longer felt risky. The future no longer loomed over him. When fear dissolves, sleep becomes natural. Not because the world is safe, but because you feel safe within it. This is the gift of Stoic negative imagination. Not darkness, but resilience. Not worry, but calm. Not dread, but confidence. And with this confidence, the night opens into a deep, unshaken rest. The kind of sleep earned not from running away from fear, but from walking calmly toward yourself. A deeper resilience fills your inner world once you've used Stoic negative imagination to steady your relationship with uncertainty. Fear loosens, the unknown shrinks, the body feels safer. Yet Marcus Aurelius knew the night still holds one more challenge, the turbulence that rises from within when the world goes quiet. Thoughts that you pushed aside during the day begin knocking. Emotions you postponed finally show their face. Questions you avoided demand your attention. This is night turmoil, the mental unrest that appears in darkness, not to torment you, but to reveal you. Marcus refused to fear this turbulence. He believed it contained information. He believed it contained guidance. He believed it contained truth. To him, night turmoil wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a doorway to moral clarity. Where most people treat nighttime agitation as a problem, Marcus treated it as a teacher. Instead of suppressing it, ignoring it, or drowning it out, he examined it until it transformed. Night's quiet is sharp. It reveals what daylight noise hides. It strips away excuses, distractions, and masks. And Marcus understood that this exposure is not cruelty. It is opportunity. Night turmoil often comes from contradiction. What you expected versus what happened. What you wanted versus what you accepted. What you said versus what you meant. What you value versus how you acted. The Stoics believed that inner friction arises when your soul tries to remind you of your own truth, not to punish you, but to redirect you. Marcus used nighttime unrest as a compass. Instead of asking, "Why am I troubled?" he asked, "What is this trying to show me?" This single shift turns agitation into insight. When restlessness rose, he looked at it cleanly. Was it guilt? Was it fear? Was it disappointment? Was it uncertainty? Was it anger he didn't want to feel? Was it sadness he didn't want to admit? Each emotion pointed towards something unresolved, not externally, but internally. Something off course, something misaligned, something calling for honesty. This is where moral clarity begins. Marcus believed morality wasn't about rigid rules or lofty philosophies. It was about alignment between who you are and who you want to be. Night turmoil reveals the misalignment. Moral clarity corrects it. He practiced meeting each troubling emotion with the question, what is the right response? Not for them, but for me. Not, what will make me look good? Not, what will keep me comfortable? Not, what will protect my ego? But, what aligns with the values I claim? This stripped away self-deception. Night removes the performance of daylight. There is no audience to impress, no expectations to uphold, only the truth of your own conscience. In this darkness, Marcus saw himself clearly, not as an emperor, not as a philosopher, just as a human being accountable to his own values. Night turmoil often shows you where you betrayed yourself, where you spoke too harshly, where you stayed silent when you should have spoken, where you abandoned patience, where you reacted instead of responded, where you acted out of fear instead of courage. But Marcus never used this awareness to shame himself. He used it to correct course. This is the heart of Stoic moral clarity, not perfection, direction. The night shows you your missteps, not to condemn you, but to help you step differently tomorrow. The turmoil becomes a message. You can improve, you can return to your values, you can be more aligned. Marcus turned this insight into a soft vow, not a dramatic promise, but a calm intention. Tomorrow I will try again, gently, honestly, steadily. He did not expect flawless mornings, he expected improved ones. This perspective dissolves the emotional charge of turmoil. Once the message is understood, the emotion no longer needs to shout. It has been heard. It has served its purpose. It can rest. The clarity that follows is quiet, but profound. You see yourself with honesty, but without harshness. You recognize your values without self-punishment. You understand your next steps without anxiety. And the turmoil transforms from agitation into guidance, from restlessness into resolution, from inner conflict into inner alignment. This alignment brings a deep, grounding peace. The mind relaxes because it has returned to integrity. The heart softens because it no longer feels divided. The body releases tension because nothing inside you is being ignored. Night turmoil is not an enemy to defeat. It is a messenger to listen to. Once its truth is heard, the mind feels complete enough to rest. Marcus Aurelius went to sleep each night not as a flawless man, but as an honest one, a man willing to see himself clearly, willing to learn, willing to correct, willing to grow. This honesty created moral clarity. Moral clarity created inner peace, and inner peace created deep, restorative sleep. When you treat your own nighttime turmoil like a conversation instead of a battle, you discover the wisdom beneath the agitation, the soul calling you back to alignment with your highest self. And when alignment is restored, the night no longer feels sharp. It feels sacred, restful, true. A deeper peace begins to settle once night turmoil has been transformed into moral clarity. The heart feels honest, the mind feels aligned. But even after truth has risen and direction has returned, Marcus Aurelius understood that one final step is needed before the soul can truly rest. Self-reassurance. Not the shallow kind, not forced positivity, not empty affirmations, but a deep, grounded reassurance, the kind that calms the nervous system, softens the heart, and reminds the mind that it is not alone inside itself. The emperor's method of self-reassurance was not about convincing himself that everything was perfect. It was about reminding himself that he was capable of meeting whatever life brought. It was about restoring trust, trust in his own resilience, trust in his own wisdom, trust in the steadiness he had cultivated throughout the day. Because even the strongest minds feel fragile at night, even the wisest hearts feel unsure, even the most disciplined spirits feel the need for comfort. Marcus understood this deeply, so he gave himself what every human quietly longs for, the permission to be okay. His self-reassurance began with grounding truths, not fantasies, not denial, just truths. You have made it through harder days than this. You have carried yourself with effort and sincerity. You have learned something today, even if the lesson was difficult. You are still becoming. There is no exaggeration in these statements, only reality. Reality is soothing when viewed through compassion. Self-reassurance also meant speaking gently to himself. The world can be harsh.
People can be demanding. Circumstances can be cold.
But none of that means your inner voice must mimic the world's sharpness. Marcus learned to speak to himself like a wise friend, stable, calm, steady, warm. You are allowed to rest now. You do not need to solve anything tonight. You have earned your own kindness. You are enough for this moment. This tone is important. Reassurance is not about fixing. It's about comforting.
It's the emotional equivalent of placing a warm hand on the shoulder of your own heart.
Marcus also practiced reassuring his future self. He understood that most nighttime distress comes from fear of tomorrow, fear of uncertainty, fear of failure, fear of difficulty. So he reminded himself, whatever tomorrow brings, I will meet it with the strength I have. I have survived every morning so far. I can adapt. I can respond.
Reassurance is not confidence. It is compassion toward uncertainty.
This practice quiets the nervous system because fear loses its power when met with kindness. Fear softens under reassurance the way a clenched fist loosens under warmth. Marcus used self-reassurance to dissolve self-criticism as well. He acknowledged the places where he fell short, but he did not attack himself for them.
Instead, he said, "You did your best with the awareness you had. You are still learning. It is okay to be imperfect. It is okay to rest while unfinished."
Self-reassurance turns mistakes into stepping stones rather than weights. The heart does not need to punish itself to grow. Another powerful aspect of this method was normalizing emotion. Marcus reassured himself not by rejecting feelings, but by legitimizing them. He did not say, "Don't be afraid," but rather, "It's human to feel this way." This transforms emotion from a threat into a visitor. Visitors come and go, threats linger. By normalizing his emotions, he allowed the body to release tension. The nervous system calmed because the mind was no longer fighting itself. Marcus also reassured himself through perspective. Nighttime magnifies emotions. Everything feels larger in the dark. But when he reminded himself of the scale of life, things softened. This is one moment in a long life. This feeling will pass. This problem is not permanent. This experience will become part of your wisdom. Perspective shrinks fear without dismissing it. Finally, the emperor's method of self-reassurance always ended with a simple, sacred message. You are safe with yourself. This is the deepest reassurance any human can feel. To know that your own mind is not your enemy. To know that your own heart is a place of refuge. To know that your own awareness is a comforting presence. Safe with yourself is the foundation of inner peace. And when Marcus reached this inner safety, the body fully surrendered, the breath deepened, the heart softened, the mind quieted. Sleep arrived not because he forced it, but because reassurance created the conditions for it. The emperor's method shows you the truth. You do not need someone else to comfort your fears. You do not need approval to calm your mind. You do not need perfection to deserve rest. You only need your own gentle presence. When you learn to reassure yourself with honesty, compassion, and clarity, the night embraces you. Fear dissolves, tension fades, and you fall asleep, held by the one voice that will never leave you, your own, made wise and kind. All throughout this journey, you've walked through the private world Marcus Aurelius shaped for himself each night, a world where the mind unclenches, the heart releases, and the inner self returns to its natural state of peace. You've seen how he let the day die, how he completed its unfinished edges, how he loosened the ego, softened his identity, cleared his emotions, and released every weight that was never meant to follow him into the dark. You've seen how he turned worry into wisdom, resentment into understanding, turmoil into clarity, how he breathed himself back into safety, how he reaffirmed his own resilience, how he entered sleep not as an emperor, but as a human being, unburdened, unthreatened, and free. And now you hold these same tools, not ancient artifacts, but living practices, ways to calm the storms inside you, ways to turn the night into a sanctuary, ways to sleep with the strength of someone who fully returns to themselves before closing their eyes. If any part of this resonated, if one technique softened something inside you, or helped you breathe a little deeper, or made the night feel just a bit more forgiving, I'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment sharing which Stoic practice spoke to you the most. Your words might be the light someone else needs tonight. And if you want more content that strengthens your mind, steadies your heart, and awakens the quiet power inside you, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. There's so much more we can explore together. Rest well, sleep deeply, and carry Marcus's quiet wisdom with you into the dark.